Good morning, everyone, or yes, it's still morning, barely. I'd like to call the Finance Ways and Means Committee to order for January 10th, 2024. And I'm sorry, Mr. Clark, would you call the roll?
Representatives Barrett, Boyd, Camper, Cochran, Crawford, Faison, Freeman, Gant, Garrett, Hawk, Hicks of Hawkins, Kiesling, Lamberth, Love, Lynn, McKenzie, Miller, Moon, Parkinson, Shaw, Sparks, Whitson, Williams, Zachary, Vice Chairman Baum, Chair Lady Hazelwood. Madam Chair Lady, you have a quorum.
Thank you, Mr. Clark. And I apologize to those who've been waiting to do their presentations. I know we're running late, but we were overly ambitious when we estimated the time that would be spending on the floor today. So again, we're going to move as quickly as we can. Hopefully we will make up some time. At the same time, we want to make sure that everyone has an opportunity, number one, to present their case, and number two, for us to ask appropriate questions. With that, we are going to ask our friends from TWRA to come forward as they're first on our hit list today. It depends.
Madam
morning.
Chair, good morning. How are you?
Good morning. Welcome. And we will just get right into it as we're already behind, and just ask you all to make your presentation, and then we'll move on with our questions.
Thank you. My name is Mike Bell, the Legislative Director for Tennessee Wildlife Resource Agency, and I have Mr. Frank Fiss, who's our Deputy Director for Business Operations with us, and he's here to answer the tough questions. So I'm going to turn it over to him and let him give the budget overview of Lake Halford.
Thank you. So we have some details on the screen here, but basically I just want to go over a quick timeline of where we're at. The Lake Halford was renamed and jurisdiction ceded to Tennessee Wildlife Resources in April of 22. Fast forward to really to July of 23 through that timeline, we are now at a point where we have all of our rules in place that we need to manage the facility. And we are now charging lake user fees effective July 1 of 23 of $6 a day and $48 a year. We're also charging some dock fees. So we have all the rules and regulations in place that we think we need, and we're open to any changes that we need going forward. Our management continues to be to provide a variety of opportunities at this lake the way it was before we took jurisdiction. And that includes fishing, boating, swimming, a marina, RV park, and a snack bar. So we've assigned 3 employees to this facility, and Lake Halford is among the first lakes that will be managed as a Bill Dance signature fishing lake, which means we're doing some intensive investment in this area. So to that end, our budget for our first full year budget for this lake was FY23 at $989,000. And you can see our expenditure. Let me scroll up here. That's on me. So our expenditure for that FY23 was about $500,000. Now that shortfall in expenses to budget is due to the fact that we didn't get a lot of the non-building construction and building construction done that we needed to. And we also didn't have the positions filled at the beginning of the fiscal year. So those funds were carried forward to FY24, and a lot of work has been done to get those facilities upgraded since the start of FY24. We had no ability to collect revenue on site in FY23. In FY24, starting July 1, we started collecting those user fees, and we collected $11,664. That's probably the back half of the year. I think we can do better in the first half of the year. Optimistically, I'm looking at maybe $30,000 a year in user fees we could collect going forward. It's still too soon to know what a operating budget needs to be for this facility because we've only had it a year and a half, but we're working towards that. I'll just close by mentioning that TWRA receives no general funds to manage Lake Halford. All based on the revenue that we've been collecting on site, it's pretty clear that we're going to rely heavily on our reserves and license sales from across the state from people that might want to use the lake for fishing to manage the lake going forward. And that concludes my summary.
Madam Chair, if I could just add quickly, the user fees that we instituted were the exact same fees and the exact same amount that the former manager of the lake, which was the Carroll County Watershed Authority, had in place. So we didn't go up on the fees, didn't create any new fees. We just took their figures and plugged them into our rules.
I thank you for that. And I would just remind those that might be watching and members of the committee that it was a requirement of the legislation when we renamed Lake Halford that this presentation be made to the Finance Committee. So we are here. Obviously, we always enjoy hearing from the TWRA, but we are here dealing with just this specific issue today to meet that statutory requirement. With that, I do have some questions, beginning with Chairman Williams.
Thank you, Chair Lady. Thank you, gentlemen, for coming here today. I just had a couple of questions. In order to pay for some of the indebtedness that was on the lake prior to your taking it over, I know that there was a transfer of about $11 million from TWRA funds in order to help with that indebtedness. I was hoping maybe you could help me better understand what the indebtedness was for prior to you taking it over, how much that is after your investment into the lake, what the remaining balance is on the debt service, just so we can get a better picture of the overall asset or liability in this case. Yeah.
Yeah, I can answer that. The Tennessee Wildlife Resources Agency never had any debt on the lake. It was the Carroll County Watershed Authority, and we were appropriated $11 million to be able to do a direct appropriation to Carroll County so that they could pay off their principal and the rest of their payments that they were scheduled to make. It's my understanding that they received enough money to close that debt completely. And it may have happened by now. I'm not sure about the timeline of that, but they had the funds needed to do that. So the agency, Tennessee Wildlife Resources Agency, does not owe any on that lake.
Chairman Williams.
Okay, so based upon the presentation you presented here too, what we have an asset, obviously at the state, that we're thankful for, and we're excited about what might happen with the Bill Dance designation and what could happen there from a tourism standpoint. Of course, the expenses so far this year have not kept up with the pace of the income, and so obviously, as it relates to supplanting that, is TWRA doing that through their own reserves, or how and if so, how do we have a plan as it relates to when it will be more self-sufficient than it currently is?
We do recognize we're going to need to use our reserves, and it is our hope that as we develop this to be one of the best Bill Dance signature lakes, we will attract more license sales, and that's how we fund ourselves. It is not unlike other facilities that we manage, would be at a WMA or another lake somewhere, where we don't collect any direct user fees, but we still understand that that's contributing to people's willingness to buy the next step up license. Like someone local to Carroll County Lake or in Carroll County to this lake may be more willing now to buy a sportsman's license because it will satisfy the needs for the user fees, for example. It's still too early to see how much of that additional funding we'll be able to bring in. So I don't have any projection to say how long it will take us to be able to be fulfilled on that.
Chairman Williams.
Okay, so the purpose of this discussion, the reason why we're not looking at while this is a Lake Halford discussion and not a TWRA discussion, is just to better clarify, even though we're showing on the balance sheet that the income is not enough to be there, if you were to have your entire TWRA budget presentation, what you would say is that we have the existing resources from other assets and income across the state through license sales or user fees in order to overcome what this standalone entity looks like as it relates to income.
Yes, sir.
Okay, thank you.
And again, a point of clarification, I believe that you stated we really, at this point, don't have a good handle on either revenue or expenses. Actually, at what point do you think we will arrive at something that we can point to as at least a baseline?
I would like to see 3 to 5 years at least. We're at 18 months.
All right. Thank you. Chairman Zachary.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Good morning, gentlemen. I think my question, most of them were answered, but when do you anticipate Lake Hawford being self-sufficient? I mean, is there a way to anticipate that?
It is fully funded right now in our agency's budget. So
Okay.
we don't usually, our expectation is to get program income through those user fees and certainly the doc fees that we need to manage the administration of those programs. But we don't set that bar for any of our other facilities. We've hundreds of facilities across the state. We don't make this one be self-sufficient one year to the next. There, in aggregate, it is that total package that draws people to buy a statewide, hunting and fishing license. So we're hoping that this is a really good piece of our portfolio that we offer to.
So how do the fees compare with Lake Hawford to others?
Well, what are the fees that we charge at Lake Hawford are in line with what we traditionally charged at what we called our TWA family fishing lakes or agency lakes, like Gibson County Lake or Maribone Lake. So we usually charge $6 a day. That's how we arrived at that number.
And then just a couple more, Madam Chair. So in terms
And
of,
even, I'm sorry, even those lakes from year to year may or may not just pay for themselves, so to speak. We don't.
okay.
We do need the extra income coming off this lake. Let me be clear on that. But we look at it all holistically, not just one lake.
And just to make sure I understand, currently no reserves are being used to fund.
Well, at this time, we're not. It depends on how the year goes, I guess. We don't have 24 closed, so to speak, but we have it budgeted. We're spending 100% state dollars on this lake at this time. We may have an opportunity to transfer this into a sport fish restoration program where we could get some federal funding. It's not. We need to clean up our administrative side of that first before we go that route.
And I've looked and I couldn't find it. Are the reserves adequate to, well, actually a better question would be, what are the reserves of TWRE? That's what I couldn't find. What are the reserves today?
We're at, I'm just getting the right funds in mind, on order of 60 million on that.
Okay.
And we're currently spending more. We'll see in our budget hearing to come. We're currently expensing more than our income right now. So we are relying heavily on those reserves to carry us through the coming years without having to request any kind of increase.
Okay. All right. Thank you, guys. Appreciate it. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Representative Shaw.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you all for being here today. And again, don't want to be redundant, but do you anticipate the designation as a Bill Dance signature lake, how it will help revenues at Lake Halford? And of course, if so, how and when?
The work that we're doing to improve the fishery at Lake Halford is going to take a few years for people to see. We're trying to grow bass bigger. We're trying to get people to keep more bass so they do grow. A lot of the fisheries work that we do takes a few years to happen. The infrastructure work that we're putting on the ground this year is happening now. People should see that there are courtesy docks, fishing piers, things like that to attract people. We're not right at the point where we're willing to put all of the signage up and start all of the marketing yet. We're partnering with tourism on that. They'll tell us when the proper time is to do that. We're not going to see those benefits for at least another 3 years, but to allow those fish to grow basically and get the word out about the good things that are happening there. That's when I would anticipate that to happen. And how much potential that has, I can't answer that question.
Representative Shaw.
I would assume you probably may have a better answer to that next year if we all here and able to come back and discuss this, maybe.
We'll know more every year for sure. Thank you.
Thank you.
Leader Lamberth.
Thank you, Madam Chairman. And just a comment, thank you to the TWRA for stepping in a very difficult situation to manage this lake. Obviously, the county was upside down to the tune of over $11 million, and the state stepped in to help in that situation so that local residents there would not have property tax increases or will tax increases. I've heard from a couple local officials that were grateful for that assistance from the state. That obviously is extremely unusual for us to do that. I heard from a couple local that definitely were not, and for whatever reason. But I want to make it clear just publicly, this is not a good deal for the state in any way. Y'all brought in $22,000 last year, and we spent over $11 million for the lake, and now you're pouring another million in. Thank you for doing that. I hope the citizens of that area and everybody throughout Tennessee will visit this area. I hope long-term that it might even somewhere down the road in a couple decades break even, but we're nowhere close to that. And the reason that we stepped in this situation was because of the man this lake is named after. Curtis Halford, who was a representative here at this time, and this bill was stalled out in committee and going nowhere. And he absolutely used every ounce of political energy that he had to get this across the finish line. So I just wanted to say, for the committee's benefit, for anybody that's watching back home, I appreciate former Representative Curtis Halford fighting hard for his community to keep taxes low and for the state to invest in what is probably going to be a financially losing position for you all. And I would ask the committee to give grace to the TWRA, who agreed to take on this responsibility, knowing that, quite frankly, it's probably not going to break even for quite some time. But the state did help out a local community here because one of our members fought very hard for them. So thank you all for that. I just wanted to make that statement.
Thank you, Leader Lambert. Then I hope that former Chairman Hofford is watching, because we miss you up here, Curtis, and I hope that the community back home is appreciative of what you did. As Leader Lambert said, not every representative is able to get $11 million invested in what is an ongoing losing proposition for some time to come. So, but it was the right thing to do for the citizens overall, and hopefully in the long term, as a part of the Bill Dance series of lakes, it will ultimately pay big dividends in terms of tourism dollars and all of the other ways that that investment has opportunities for return. So we look forward to hearing about that and seeing more positive revenue streams going forward, and hopefully some of the expenses, because of your good maintenance and the investments that are being made, hopefully long-term, the maintenance expenses also will be more manageable. We won't have quite so much to repair and replace or install new. Chairman Faison, you're recognized.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Gentlemen, good to see y'all. Couple questions. You almost hit on it, then you didn't. I struggled to understand on this specifically. Where are the signs? Are the signs up now? Are they completely around the lake? What is the timeline on the signs being changed? Then I have one more follow-up, if that's all right, Chair Lady.
Sure.
Chairman Faison, I think there are 2 signs up at this time proclaiming it as Lake Halford. The other signs are more tied into the Bill Dance designation, and we're kind of waiting to coordinate with tourism to get those signs up. We do have 2 signs up at this time proclaiming it as Lake Halford.
Chairman Faison.
Do you have a timeline for when those are coming down?
Not yet. No, again, it's going to be working with tourism and making sure that we get all of the criteria to make it make it a Bill Dance lake in place before we put those other signs up.
Chairman Faison.
Thank you. And y'all alluded to having one reserve fund that you could use. Does TWR have more than one reserve? Do you have numbers right now on what the reserves are that you could potentially, just looking at is before the state starts putting more and more money in, what do y'all have in your reserves that you can be part of taking care of this?
I'm sorry, I don't want to repeat those numbers. I don't want to guess those numbers. I don't have them in front of me. We do have 2 reserves. We have one that's strictly for boating projects, and we have one for our wildlife fund as well. And I should know them off the top of my head, but I've been looking at other numbers this morning. So,
Chairman Faison, we will have an opportunity to hear from TWRA during our regular budget
That's right.
hearings, and I'm sure they will. I'll make a note, and we'll have those numbers at that point in time.
They will.
All right. Any further questions? Chairman Moon.
Thank you, Madam Chair Lady. This question goes to how the agency has informed adjacent landowners of rules that may affect their individual property and what they would need to do permitting wise or to conform to the rules if they wanted to make changes on their property.
Let's check and see here. We certainly went through the rulemaking hearing process, so they would have the ability to know of that. Our lake manager is a resource for if they have any questions about what they can or can't do on state property, which the perimeter around the lake is owned by the state of Tennessee. So we allow people to put a dock on state property to get the benefit of that living on a lake. But that is a resource. We have our rules in place. We only have had them since June of this past year.
Madam Chair. So you really haven't made any proactive steps to inform the property owners that what the rules would be in case they needed to make a change in docks or to improve the appearance. It's going to be a showcase lake, so that's why I asked.
We did distribute shoreline management zone letters to lake residents.
Right.
So I know we've been talking to them about that aquatic vegetation and shoreline management.
Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you. All right, I see no further questions. Thank you. And as Leader Lamberth already, spoke very eloquently on our behalf, but we do appreciate the TWRA taking this fairly large task and large, could potentially, for a while at least, be a fairly large drain on reserves. So we thank you for stepping up to the plate and helping to make this lake just a showcase and showpiece for the state. We look forward to good results from that over the coming years. And thank you so much for being here again. I apologize for the hurry up and wait.
Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you.
And we'll ask now our friends from ABC, Alcoholic Beverage Commission, if they will come forward. And we'll just let you all manage your presentation as you see fit, introduce yourselves. And again, just as a matter of, housekeeping, if you are speaking, then please make sure to identify yourself before you speak, just for the record. Thank you.
Thank you, Chair Lady Hazelwood. Good morning, members of the committee. My name is Russell Thomas. I'm the director of the Tennessee Alcoholic Beverage Commission. This morning, I have with me Aaron Rummage, our Director of Legislation, Policy, and Communication, John Jordan, our Fiscal Director, and Ebony Connor, our Deputy General Counsel. As you know, we at the ABC regulate the alcohol industry in Tennessee and enforce the alcohol laws codified in Title 57 and other criminal-related statutes in the code. We're here today presenting our budget request for the coming fiscal year in support of our mission to protect public safety, help ensure fair collection of taxes, and providing a stable alcohol marketplace. As you know, we ensure adherence to these laws through our licensing and permitting process, our regulatory inspections, and law enforcement investigations. We've had a busy year since our last presentation. In addition to those regular licensing and law enforcement activities, we've been involved in a number of other initiatives, including participating in 2 public health awareness campaigns with other Tennessee state agencies, efforts to enhance our customer service, including developing a digital wallet feature through the MyTN mobile app that allows our server permit holders to maintain a digital copy of their permit on their mobile phone. Made improvements to our licensing processes to speed our application review times. We have some of the fastest application review times of our peer agencies across the country, and we're very proud of that. And thanks in great part to General Scrimetti and the staff at the Tennessee Attorney General's office, we've filed suit over illegal shipping under the federal 21st Enforcement Act and the Tennessee Consumer Protection laws. We're here today requesting approval for a budget of about $12.5 million for fiscal year 24-25. As you can see, our agency operates on current services revenue. We don't receive any appropriations. We are a totally self-funding agency. The vast majority of that funding, about 85% or more, comes from our license and permit fees and program fees. We do also receive funding from a alcohol enforcement tax, 15 cents per wholesale case of alcohol. That contributes around 15% of our revenue. We do have some miscellaneous other funding sources, but all combined, they total a small percentage of our budget, about $200,000 from other sources, including the Governor's Highway Safety Office, some other departments, and some monies from the federal government. At a big picture, as you would expect, salary and benefits comprise the bulk of our budget, coming in this fiscal year at over 60% of the budget. The remaining operational expenses, about 38% of the budget, all of those normal day-to-day items such as office rent, equipment, training, et cetera. We met and exceeded our reversion target for fiscal year 22-23. For the last several years, we've been assigned a $500,000 reversion target through the budgeting process. And we expect to meet that once again, though I think it is of note that we are seeing our revenues flatten somewhat in comparison to prior years and recent quarters of our numbers. In the category of money going to the general fund, but not really part of our budget, we collected about $1.7 million in fines in that fiscal year that goes to the general fund. No fine money that we collect goes to our agency. That all passes straight to the general fund. So currently we have 90 positions at the ABC. That counts our 3 part-time commissioners and 87 full-time staff members. At the time we submitted our report, we had 5 vacant positions, none of which had been vacant for any significant amount of time. The breakdown of our staff, we have the largest portions in our law enforcement side of operations. We have 55 people on that side. We've got 32 staff members in our licensing staff and our other administrative positions. And then again, we have a board of commissioners, 3 part-time commissioners, 1 from each grand division. We always have a high percentage of veterans on our staff. Currently, last time we checked, we had 20% of our staff were veterans. And though we're not statutorily required, all of our law enforcement officers meet the post requirements. As you can see, the ABC has stayed busy over the last year since we talked to you. We issued over 51,000 permits and licenses, fielded about 38,000 phone calls, inspected almost 12,000 licensed locations across the state, conducted about 2,700 minor compliance checks. We received and investigated over 900 complaints from the public, issued over 1,600 regulatory citations, and our law enforcement division opened and investigated over 500 criminal matters, which resulted in 487 criminal charges of some form or fashion. People in our kind of license trends have had extremely strong growth in our industry, both in license numbers and sales volume. Those numbers are starting to flatten out a little bit compared to recent years, and we've seen a few categories retract somewhat, but overall we do have an increase in license growth for the year. Although for the last couple of quarters, again, we've seen kind of flattened revenue growth. I just want to take a minute to thank this committee for all the support you show us at the ABC. We really appreciate it. Thanks for your attention today. Happy to answer any questions that you may have for us today.
Thank you for your presentation. Just help me to understand, and then I have a number of people on the list. When you talk about regulatory citations, give me an example of what that would be.
So that would be a citation that a business receives for being in violation of some statute or rule that's not a criminal offense. So for example, if you're a business owner, you're required to keep records showing that if you serve alcohol, that all the people in your business have the proper certification to do that. And if you fail to do so, you may receive a regulatory citation, a fine for violating that, or all of our licenses, other than our server permits, are 1 year in duration. If you fail to renew in a timely manner, you're assessed a fine for failing to submit a renewal. Those are a couple of common examples.
Right, does a citation always equal a fine, or there's sometimes that you're cited, but there's no fine applied?
So Title 57 provides that the ABC for any violation can issue a suspension, revocation, or a fine. And our rules and statutes set in for some offenses certain minimum and maximum punishments. But any time a citation is issued, it will involve a fine of at least $100.
Thank you. Representative Garrett.
Thank you, Madam Chairman. Thank you all for being here today. Really appreciate it. My questions are going to center around the recent TASER report that was published not too long ago. And really, so I've got kind of several questions that relate to that, but that, as I understand the report, kind of focused on two key recommendations regarding reducing the strains on some businesses without impacting the state and local revenue or compromising public health and safety. So my first set of questions deals with that. Then I've got a follow-up after I ask those. So I'll ask all of those, and then whoever needs to respond, please be happy to do that. So how often are temporary occupancy and use permits issued for their liquor license applications? And then along with that, does the ABC promote that these are available? How does the option of a temporary occupancy and use permit aid businesses exactly?
So this is most prevalent in Davidson County. The Nashville, most local governments, many local governments, some of the smaller ones don't do this, but issue a certificate of occupancy or some similarly titled certificate or letter from the city administration, often maybe the codes or zoning type department. This usually involves them certifying that a building is ready to operate the business for which they're going to conduct, and that's a required document in our application process. The city of Nashville has a program where they will often go out and conduct inspections when a business is very near completion of any construction or renovations, but not quite 100% done, but to an extent that they feel comfortable certifying that, hey, this business is very soon going to be ready to operate. And we will accept that temporary certificate of occupancy in those situations and go ahead and issue the license with the assumption that the business is going to complete whatever requirements there are from the local government to meet those standards. And we will let them at a later date or at renewal submit that final document. So it's a way that we feel is reasonable to go ahead and issue a license without really risking that a business is going to fail to meet the local requirements for that building.
Thank you, Madam Chairman. And I've just to kind of piggyback on that answer, I have a Shoney's in my district that has their sign up that says temporary closed. And that temporary closed sign has been there for 5 years now. And so I guess the reason why I say that is, what does the word temporary mean? So how long can a temporary license typically that you see would last in this time? I know you said the business is close to being opening, but how long does that typically last?
The ones we see are a matter of months. I, off the top of my head, struggle to think of a situation where it would extend beyond, say, 3 months.
Good deal. Thank you. And then one more. And then somewhat similar, but which licensing applications overseen by the ABC are currently automated? Are these plans to automate or expand automation to include any other type of application? So how quickly, I would assume if the automation makes it a little bit quicker to turn those licenses around, where are we? Can you give us an update on that process?
Yes, a great question. Should have brought this up earlier. In recent years, we received some funding, and under the leadership of the administration, took advantage of some funding to go toward that type of process. The largest category of license or permit that we issue is our server permits. We have about 150,000 Tennesseans that hold those permits. It is both the largest category and also one with some of the fewest requirements, the least amount of review involved in the process. And that is one in particular that we focused our efforts on over the last 18 months or so to try to do that. So we have been able to develop some automations that I think are pretty quite impressive. A big part of that process is verifying that somebody has submitted that we know who they are who they are, they've submitted a valid ID, and we match that up that they've met certain training requirements. And we've developed an automated process where where computer systems can go in and review the dozens or hundreds of submissions we may receive in a day. And what we call a bot will go through and do at least an initial wave of scanning that, pulling out the data, plugging that data entry into our system, all things that a few years ago would have to be done by hand, that a computerized bot can do in a matter of moments. And that we've seen quite a significant efficiencies achieved with that program. And that's probably the single biggest and best example we have of that.
Next on my list is Chairman Moon.
Thank you, Madam Chair Lady, Director Thomas, Councilor Rummage. It's always good to be with you. Good to see you. My question has to do with the Tennessee Highway Safety Office grants to ABC. And you receive an annual grant, and in one of the questionnaires that came from this committee, you identified one of those as the Underage Sales Tennessee Operation Plan, USTOP. And could you give us details on how that, the amount and how the expenditures have gone over the life of this grant?
Thank you, Chairman Moon. That is a program we've participated in for many years, and we think it's a very important program and a really strong partnership with the Governor's Highway Safety Office. For us, our part in that program that several agencies participate in, we receive data related to alcohol traffic incidents involving serious injury and death geographically across the state, how that varies from year to year. We receive grants from the Highway Safety Office for us to conduct minor compliance checks, and we try to focus those in those areas that may stand out in that data. That funding goes a long way in paying for those, I think I said earlier, 2,700 or so checks that we did in the prior year. So our agents are often, their time is paid for that funding to conduct a big bulk of those operations.
So, Madam Chair Lady, can you address the underage portion of that? Do you have any data on how effective or what the trends are on underage sales?
We do track that data. We track it by total numbers. We track it by license type. Every month, our chief law enforcement officer will present to our commissioners an update on that. I think we may have had a brief mention in one of the earlier slides of the overall compliance rate for last year being around 83%, which can vary somewhat from year to year, and certain categories can vary somewhat. So, for example, we track how it varies from our retail food stores, our grocery stores that sell wine, to our retail package stores, your traditional liquor stores, to on-premises locations, your bars and restaurants that hold an ABC license. For a couple of years following the pandemic, we tracked specifically the sales that were temporarily allowed with the to-go provisions for a couple of years, and saw quite a deviation on those sales compared to some of our more traditional license types.
Would you give us an indication whether or not you think that the trend is increasing or decreasing where it comes to underage drinking?
Our compliance rates improved about 1 or 2%, 3%, Mr. Rummage tells me, last year. So that's certainly encouraging. Other than really the to-go sales, we haven't seen any significant declines in any specific categories in recent years. So they have, all of those categories have held steady or improved slightly in recent years, which is encouraging to us.
Next on my list, Chairman Hawk.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Director Thomas, thank you very much. And must give thanks to Mr. Rummage as well for being so responsive to constituent needs as they arise. And I know you've worked closely with some folks back home in my community and answering lots of questions. So thank you very much for the diligent efforts that you put toward that. Let me talk a bit about the vacancies that we've got. 5 recent vacancies, both in the special agent and regulatory officer positions. How's that affecting operations within the agency, and what are we doing to work on making sure we keep folks in play?
Thank you. Thank you for that question. Vacancy is something we pay a lot of attention to at the agency. We feel like we're in a good spot with the vacancies. None of those 5 vacancies have been vacant for very long, and not just people leaving, but that's somewhat affected sometimes by when a vacancy comes open. Sometimes it creates an opportunity for advancement, and it might delay us just a little bit in completing that promotion for somebody else before we open up that new position. And y'all always ask us that question during the hiring freeze around the holidays. So we get put behind a few weeks on track there, but we'll get that number down pretty quickly here in the coming weeks.
Chairman Hawk.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Just to stay consistent, we have to bring it up every year, so I appreciate that. I do want to talk a bit about the reversions as well, and whenever we see some new licenses and premier resorts going forward, there's always a fiscal note that will accompany that, and it's positive revenue for the state. And talk a little bit about the source of the reversions. Is that an area that creates reversion possibilities there, or just, I guess, source of the reversions is really what I'd like to find out.
So I would say at the highest level, as I briefly touched on earlier, the license and permit fees, that large category is by far the biggest part of our revenues. So when we see those numbers go up, particularly the higher license fees, that's going to be one of the few single biggest impacts on the total revenue. As we see numbers grow, once we reach certain milestones, then it can create more expenses on our part. And for a number of years, our staffing levels remained pretty constant. Fiscal year 22, we added a number of positions with y'all's approval, and to try to help make up for that. So with the increased revenue can come increased expenses. But we've had very healthy growth for a number of years. Overall, the last 12 months, we've seen a positive number of license increases. We have been pretty conservative on the budgeting here in recent months, looking at, information from, like the state funding board reports, and what we have seen on our books over the last couple of quarters that appear to be some flattening of growth. We've been careful in our budget request to maybe scale back what our plans would have been 6 or 9 months ago a little bit in recent months, just to be careful to make sure we meet those targets.
Representative Parkinson, Chairman Hawk, were you? Representative Parkinson?
Thank you, Madam Chair Lady. Kind of along the lines, and mine is real quick. What positions are not filled right now?
We have, I think, a couple of special agent positions and 2 or 3 regulatory officer positions. I think maybe 2 of those in Memphis, 1 or 2 in Nashville, maybe 1 in one of our East Tennessee offices.
Okay, thank you. Can you send me a list with the information for that to my office?
Sure can.
Thank
Be
you.
happy
Appreciate
to.
it.
Thank you.
Thank you so
Hope
much.
you
Okay.
can get us some good candidates.
I hope so too. Thank you.
Chairman Whitson?
Thank you, Chair Lady. And I just want to echo Chairman Hawk's comments about how responsive your team has been, Director, especially Mr. Rummage. For the first time in 7 years, I had an issue with a veterans organization and their liquor license, and y'all adjudicated that fairly and accurately, and I just want to express my appreciation for it.
Thank you. Thank you.
Representative Gant?
Thank you, Madam Chair. My question is more of on a fact-finding mission here, and we can talk about this after committee if you don't have it with you. The number of incidents where you have a drunk driver that has been involved in an incident or been pulled over, are those incidents followed back to where he originally started partaking of that alcohol, like a restaurant or a bar?
Good question. So our agency conducts what we call trace investigations when we become aware of accidents with fatalities, and sometimes if some other agency or citizen requested in a case of serious injury as well, where we attempt to do just that, to trace it back, to go back to see if any one of our licensees in any way contributed to that. Did any of our licensees, if they're an on-premises licensee, a restaurant or a bar, did they overserve somebody that was visibly intoxicated that then left their establishment and got in an accident, or the same with on-premises? We conduct a number of those each year, and I can get you some more specifics of those numbers after this presentation. I would note that sometimes we have a little bit of difficulty. Tennessee is a little bit unique in that the statewide ABC doesn't issue beer licenses. So sometimes those investigations lead to businesses that aren't our licensee. They hold just a local beer permit, and we don't have the same regulatory authority over them and as quick and comprehensive access to the records that we might with somebody that holds a license with us. But we fully investigate all of those to the utmost of our ability, and I'll get you some more specific numbers of what we've seen in recent years.
Are you seeing those numbers on the rise with as many licenses as we're increasing across the state?
I think I'm going to hand this question off to Mr. Rummage, who's kind of our stat guru, before he corrects me for misstating something.
Yes, sir. We saw.
For the record, if you would
Oh, I'm
just
sorry. Aaron
identify yourself.
Rummage, Director of Legislation, Policy and Communication. We saw an increase with COVID. There was a lot, I guess, people turned to drinking a little bit more after COVID, just some of the stresses, but we saw an increase in consumption. And in 22, I believe, there was an increase in serious injuries on the road related to alcohol. It dipped back down. Excuse me, 21, there was an increase. In 22, it dipped back down, and then I'm waiting to see what 23 says. With increased drinking, generally you can say that you're going to have an increase in the negative impact of it. And so we're kind of staying steady. It just ticked down just a little bit, and I can get you those numbers. Highway Safety keeps those numbers, and we get them from them. But yeah, we do check them from time to time.
Yeah, I guess I'm more interested in the number of drunk driving incidents or DUIs, just plain DUIs
Yeah.
that are linked to a restaurant or a bar where they were overserved.
Sure.
And they were obviously probably showing signs of over intoxication at the restaurant. What happens to that restaurant, and also has that number increased, not just the increased of drinking period? I want to know more about the number of incidents that are linked to a restaurant or a bar where they were overserved, and you know, kind of get a better grasp of where we're at with that.
So our trace investigations, what the director was talking about, generally involves serious injury or death, and it's contingent upon the trooper identifying that alcohol was involved and then getting us the information. There are some cases where we get that information soon after the event, and we have a kind of a fresh investigation. There's some that occur that, you know, the toxicology comes back weeks later, and then it's kind of stale at that point. And so we don't really get them. I think it's fair to say that we do not get them on DUIs, strictly for DUIs, but generally we do have a good rapport with the troopers and local police. And if there is a case where somebody's been overserved, we generally are told about it, and we will investigate that.
So DUIs, we don't trace DUIs?
To my understanding, we don't just get unless there's an injury or.
It's only involving when somebody's already dead.
Or injured, yes, sir.
Okay.
Yeah.
Thank you.
I don't have any further questioners on my list, and I see no other hands. So with that, thank you. And again, thank you for your patience. I'm sorry that we ran late and made you wait, but we appreciate what you do to help keep our roads and streets safe. You know, the state makes nice tax money from alcohol, but it does, you know, the flip side of that is it does cost money and sometimes lives. So we appreciate the fact that you all help us to monitor that and to make sure that people, to the best extent that we can make it happen, that they drink responsibly. So thank you. Next up, we have our Office of the Post-Conviction Defender. We'll ask them to come forward, please. Well, good morning and welcome.
Good morning.
And I'll apologize to you as well for taking up your morning with waiting for us to complete our business on the House floor so we could begin our business here. But we appreciate your patience, and we look forward to your presentation.
No problem. Thank you. Speak good morning. My name is Justina Scalpone. I'm the post-conviction defender. Today here with me is also Tracy Pointer, who is our fiscal director, and Tyler DeWitt, who is the chair of our oversight commission. I have a short presentation, and then I will turn it over to Mr. DeWitt for a few remarks on behalf of the commission, and then we will be happy to answer any questions the committee might have. As you know, we are a small judicial branch agency. We are the presumptive post-conviction counsel for clients on death row. These are all capital cases in Tennessee state courts. Through post-conviction, we investigate the cases to determine if there are any grounds for claims of constitutional violations. We also represent clients in clemency proceedings, and that involves also looking at the legal process in the case to determine if there were any issues that were not addressed by the courts, if there's any new evidence that the governor should see. Also, information about the client's life on death row, their conduct, their life, their growth, that can be presented to the governor and when we ask for mercy for the clients. Besides direct representation, we also fulfill a resource function. So we collect, create, maintain various resources related to capital defense. We make those available to the defense community. We also do individual consultations that are non-case specific to avoid conflicts with attorneys in the community. And finally, we organize trainings, which the key training that we organize together with the Tennessee Association of Criminal Defense Lawyers is the annual death penalty seminar that a lot of attorneys in Tennessee come to be certified in order to represent clients in capital cases. We are very grateful for the funding that we received last year. We are especially grateful for the expert funding that we got, which was $280,000, and that allowed us to pay for expert witnesses in our cases out of our own budget, rather than asking for money from the court system, one expert, one case at a time. So that has been extremely helpful. That has freed up our attorneys to focus on the substantive issues in the cases rather than litigating funding issues. It increased the pool of experts that we can work with, because now we have the agency to negotiate the hourly fees. We, of course, created pretty strict protocols within the office to make sure that we are administering that money in a smart and efficient manner. So overall, that has been a great improvement. The other thing I wanted to thank this body for is the increase in the salaries. So last year, the legislature passed a bill that increased the pay scale for the assistant public defenders and assistant district attorneys. We are tied to the public defender scale, so that also increased the salaries for our attorneys, which has been a pretty good relief for them. They all live in Nashville, and we know what the cost of living is just getting higher here. It also will have a positive impact long-term on being able to recruit and retain qualified staff. So thank you. This year, we are back to asking just for the minimum, which is the statutory step raises. So per statute, our attorneys, in order to move to the next step, need an additional amount of money, and that is this year $49,000. And that makes our full request $3.85 million. And again, we're fully funded from the general fund. I will close by saying that the funds that we're asking for will help us maintain high quality of representation in our cases. As I say every year, post-conviction is a mistake-catching mechanism. It is the only comprehensive appellate review of capital cases in state courts. So even though the cases are time-consuming, they're very work-intensive, it is smart to put the resources on the front end, and if there are any issues, to address them in state court before the case goes to federal court, where it tends to be take much longer and more it is more expensive. So I will end here, and I will turn it over to Mr. DeWitt.
Thank you, Justin. For the record, my name is Tyler DeWitt, and I'm the chair of the Post-Conviction Defender Oversight Commission. Took me about a year to get that straight. I've been serving on the commission for about 6.5 years, was recently elected as the chair, and I got to say, I mean, it's a tough job being in this situation, just straight up. These are difficult circumstances, especially for the attorneys here, and so I think it's well managed. Again, we're asking for the bare minimum here in terms of step raises, and look forward to, I guess, any questions the committee has.
Thank you both for your presentation. And again, I probably say the same thing every year, but it needs to be said. You all are dealing with life and death. There's nothing more important. As much as we want to be a law and order state, we want people to behave well, and we want them to suffer appropriate consequences when they don't. But the last thing that anyone wants is for someone who should not have been convicted to be convicted in the cases that you work on to, then pay the ultimate price. So I can't imagine the emotional and, just the time that goes into the cases that you deal with. So we thank you for your service. And I think it's every dollar that we spend on your organization, to my mind, is a dollar very well spent. With that, I will go to Chairman Baum for our first questions.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and I want to echo Chair Lady Hazelwood's comments. I know y'all are dedicated to your clients. I've got a question about the $280,000 that we allocated for experts. Could you give us a little more information on what an expert costs, maybe either in terms of an hourly rate or what it costs for the expert to provide their full analysis and testimony?
So it depends on the expert. So when we were before with the when we were asking for the money from the Indigent Defense Fund, there is a specific hourly scale for different types of experts. So we no longer go by that scale. We created our own scale that is in line with the National Indigent Defense Expert expenses. So we have a range. So for example, I would say for a psychologist, you're talking about $250 per hour. And then with a medical expert, psychiatrist, that might be more of $350 an hour, where we are paying right now. Some of the experts, we signed the contracts when we were still going through the AOC. So those are the old rates, but they're still under at this point. So it might be that a psychiatrist overall might cost about between $15,000-$20,000 in a case. And you might have testing that has to be done, for example, and then you're also talking about $20,000 or so if there has to be imaging or things like that done in the case. So it just depends on what type of expert it is and what type of service.
So I guess this pot of money doesn't really pay for that many experts.
Well, we have to watch how we spend that money. But right now I will say that right now we are about 35% through the money, and we're 50% through the fiscal year. So we are doing okay right now. Again, it depends on what's happening in the cases. So it's all litigation driven. So one year might be slower when it comes to the experts, another year might be more. And for example, if you have hearings that are happening, that's when a lot of costs will come in, because then you're also paying for travel and you're paying for, all the time sitting in a courtroom testimony and all of that. So that's when more money is going to be needed.
Sure. And maybe last question, do you expect that we'll need to revise this amount of money in the future, or do you think that this is going to get us for a while?
I think it will depend on the caseload. So, but the jury is out, no pun intended, on that issue. But right, I think this year we are okay, and then we'll just keep seeing, how the situation evolves.
Okay, thank you for that information.
Yeah.
What a lawyer answer.
Next on my list, Representative Miller.
Good afternoon. Thank you for what you do. Couple of quick questions. Has the market rate and pay schedule helped in filing those vacant positions? What is your current vacancy rate?
So we right now have 2 vacant positions, and one of them is an attorney position. So we posted that position soon after the pay scales changed, but we actually, and I think it was bad timing. Sometimes during the year, it just depends when you're posting for the attorney positions. So it was the time when, a lot of the judges and hire their clerks and all of that. So all that was done. So we actually didn't get a huge pool of candidates during that process. So we ended up pausing, and we're going to repost that position actually at the end of this week. So we are hoping that we're going to get a much more of a wider pool of qualified candidates. But I do expect that it's going to make it a lot easier to hire people and retain them, because that's where, you know, a lot of attorneys would leave and would go to a federal defender's office, for example, which, you know, their pay scales are much higher than ours.
Okay, one more question. Was the market rate adjustment funding sufficient to provide your staff adequate salary adjustments?
Well, that's I would say that if we could make as much money as they do maybe in federal offices, that would be wonderful. But I also understand the reality of the situation. Yeah, that would make it even better.
Thank you.
Could I add to the point of vacancies, just for purpose of the commission, there are currently 3 vacancies on the post-conviction Defender Oversight Commission, all to be appointed by the Speaker of the House. So if anybody wants to hit him up, we'd be glad to welcome 3 more commissioners.
Thank you. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Chairman Hawk.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And again, thank you for your work that's been echoed by my colleagues. I should know the answer to this, but I don't. Tell me if there's an attorney who wants to come on board pro bono and provide resources to your department. What does that look like? What's the coordination of efforts? Is that allowed? Just tell me about how someone sees a particular case, they want to get involved. What does that look like?
It's definitely allowed, and we have done it before in a. It has been a while since we co-counseled with pro bono counsel. However, what we have done is when there was litigation surrounding method of execution, we do not represent clients in both proceedings. So we found pro bono counsel to be able to represent our clients in both proceedings. And then sometimes also we find pro bono counsel to come on board with, not in post-conviction proceedings, but in clemency proceedings as well. Yeah.
Chairman Leda Cochran.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you for your testimony. Excuse me, your testimony. We appreciate you being here today. We wanted to go over I'm going to ask a couple of questions together, and then maybe one quick follow-up. Last year, when you came to speak with us, you mentioned that your department tracks the progression of death penalty cases through trial courts, and then obviously, you know, the pandemic caused a large backlog. And then that backlog existed specifically in the trial courts, or there was a particular problem there. So could you tell us right now, what is the current death penalty caseload pending in the trial court? And then has your caseload changed since you've spoken to us last? And then one quick follow-up after you answer those.
Okay, so in the trial courts right now, according to the latest capital case reports, which are put together by the AOC, that is 18 cases pending across the state. Our caseload last year was 13 cases. This year, it's 12 cases. So 1 case left the office, 2 cases came.
Okay, and then just the backlog in general within the trial courts, have you seen much change in that since the pandemic?
There has been some proceedings. I'm trying to think, I don't think there has been a capital trial yet since then.
Okay, thank you very much.
Yeah.
In the cases that you have, what is the length of time that, you know, the case would typically involve? I know that could be a wide range probably, but.
Yeah, so I will say, so again, the pandemic kind of changed things, but pre-pandemic, we looked at the numbers actually, and it was on average, the case would pend in post-conviction for about 6 years. So it would be usually about 3 years in the trial court. That's the initial stage of post-conviction, and then depending on what happens, what the judgment is or the decision is by the judge, then there would be an appeal. So that's the post-conviction appeal. And that also was about between 2.5 and 3 years, how long that took. And that is compared to in the same time frame. If you looked at the cases pending at the trial courts, that was about 9 years before the case would come to our office. So it's, you know, it's still about 30% less than the actual trial proceedings.
So by the time someone moves through the total process, you're looking at 15 to 20 years potentially?
Yeah, and that because then there's federal court. So it's, yeah.
We do need to retain the lawyers long-term, no doubt, to keep, I can imagine what turnover would do in a case that complicated. So again, I just want to take the opportunity to thank you on behalf of the citizens of Tennessee. Hopefully, 99.99999% of our Tennesseans will never be involved with the services that you provide. But for those who do find themselves there for whatever reason, then you certainly provide an invaluable service, and we're grateful to you for it and for your team. So please share that with all of those who are involved in the process. And thank you again for being patient and being here today.
Thank you very much, and thank you very much for your support.
We have next our Tricor folks. I'm having trouble looking at this long, your real name, because I just think Tricor. Mr. Hart, welcome back with you and your team. And if you would just introduce yourselves and then go right into your presentation, that would be great.
There we go. Thank you, Chair Lady Hazelwood and members of the committee. I have that same problem with our long name. That's why Tricor is so easy. But thank you for allowing us to be here today and present our FY 2025 budget. To my right is Demetria Gibson, who is our Chief People Officer and General Counsel. And to my left is Pat Thompson, who is my Chief Financial Officer. So how do you get this on the full screen? I'm sorry. Thank goodness for paper. For those of you that might be new to the committee, Tricor is a state agency that was created in statute in 1994. We fall underneath the boards and commissions. We're governed by a 9-member board of directors that has expertise in all phases of business. In the past year, we had a couple of our board members either retire or resign off the committee, and we added 2 new members. Mr. Frank Lawrence, who is a businessman from Jackson, Tennessee, is now one of the representatives on the board, along with Jay Templeton, who used to be the commissioner with the Department of Agriculture here in the state of Tennessee. We operate on a business model that includes financial reporting, and we do a 3-year strategic business plan and a 5-year capital plan. We are based in 12 different locations across the state. That's 10 correctional facilities, 1 outside facility here in Nashville, and also 1 county jail system, which is Shelby County. Some of our businesses are agriculture, which we have row crops and beef cattle. We have service businesses, which include call centers. What we have is PISA programs, recycling, which is what we have in Shelby County, document imaging, and we are adding a new program this year, commissary, with our partner, the Department of Correction. We also have manufacturing, where we create license plates here out of one of our sites in Nashville. We have textiles, print, and industrial cleaning products. And then we also have just a couple programs that Tricor funds 100% out of our funds that we are generating through the sales of products and services. That's a building trades program that is at the Mark Luttrell facility in Memphis. And also we have a Braille program at the River Bend Maximum Security Prison here in Nashville. Our programs provide work skills, pro-social programming, and cognitive behavior restructuring to all the offenders. We provide also pre-release transition services. That's including a lot of different types of programming besides on-the-job training, but they are like life skills, Thinking for a Change, which is one of our foundational programs, creating resumes, and also performing home plans. We also provide post-release services once these same offenders are released, and we help them with job and housing assistance and placement, vital document recoveries, medical care, transportation, substance abuse networks that we help provide contacts with. In FY 2023, as we get into some of the statistics, we served 1,411 individuals in the programs that we provide. And our offender program hours for the year of FY 2023 was 987,000. Whenever we look at our metrics that we measure our success rates on, obviously our very top one is recidivism. In 2023, we finished that year at 16.4%. Our revenue, which is an important piece for us, we were actually over our budget estimations, and we finished a little bit over $28 million. And then our cost savings to the state, which we calculate, which is based on 4 or 5 different areas to where it's where we save the state money. We saved the state a little over almost $12 million. Our dashboard for these current fiscal year that we are in, we shoot for less than 20% on our recidivism rate. Our revenue is pretty flat to what we finished the year of 23 with at $28 million. And our cost savings to the state were a little bit lower in our projections and our budget at just $10.6 million. So, and all again, these programs and services are provided at zero cost to the state. A couple of things of interest, I think, would be our comptroller's audit that was performed on our FY 2022 fiscal year. We concluded that that audit in the fall of last year, and we had 0 findings, and we also had 5 exceptions. And one of the things that we've really focused in on is causing these improvements or downward trends based on findings and exceptions. Over the last 5 years, we've seen a decline in both of those areas to where we feel like that we are really performing well with our fiscal audits. It has the exceptions that we had no impact on our revenue or net income, and we were issued an unmodified opinion on our financial statements, which is what the board requires. As far as our 2025 budget and what we are asking for, our revenue budget is projected, as we said recently, about $28 million. Our capital budget, we're expecting to reinvest about $1.2 million in equipment and other programs. And we're not requesting any funding from the state, which is our normal ask. So with that, I conclude my presentation, and we will gladly entertain any questions from the committee.
Thank you, and thank you for being an agency that provides revenue over expenses to our budget as we're entering into what is going to be a tighter budget year than we've been in for a while. We do appreciate those dollars where we operate in the black rather than the red. That's very helpful. Just a question on it. You mentioned the exceptions that were noted and that they're declining in number and that they don't really have any, financial impact. But can you give us just an example of what might have been noted as an exception? I know that they have been, they're cleaned up, whatever
Yeah.
the problem was, but just for our edification, what sort of issues might those include?
Okay, I'm going to let Pat Thompson, CFO, respond to your question, Chair Lady.
Okay. My name is Patrick Thompson, Chief Financial Officer for Tricor. To give you, in answer to your question, to give you some examples, the exceptions that are generally noted in a financial audit of an agency have to do with presentation of the financials themselves to ensure the most transparent and accurate reporting. As we go through the process of creating those financials each year, generally we have to deal with changing business environments, therefore new rules come into play. And essentially the last 4 years, the types of exemptions that we have had to deal with have to do with the classification of expenses as they are presented on our financial documents. And an example might be first one on this last particular audit. Net investment in capital assets, net position was overstated 153,000. It's because the line below it was understated by 153,000. It's basically a mistake in our interpretation of how it should be applied in the financial statements. All of the exceptions, all 5 that were noted, essentially had to do with minor errors like that. And what we tried to do, as Mr. Hart said, was we tried to learn from those particular recommendations from the audit team and make sure that those are not repeated the following year. And that helps us keep the findings down, which is obviously, those are the ones that findings generally indicate that there's something that might be misleading in your financials.
All right, thank you for that explanation. Representative Love, I believe you had a question.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you for the conversation. I think Monday, you and I talked about the progress you've made. Last year, you mentioned recycling program at Shelby County facility. Are there any other facilities that have started recycling program?
No, Shelby County continues to be the lone recycling program that we have.
Okay, all right. If I may follow up. Also, call center for incarcerated females was mentioned, I believe. Any update on the progress of that?
We have 2 female call centers, one at DJRC here in Nashville. The other one is at West High in the women's side of that prison. We continue to have very good success with them. We're probably close to 90-95% fill rate as far as the number of seats available and the number of women working in that program. We try to have at least 2 to 3 different partners in each one of the call centers to make sure that if one partner is not performing or they're having a down year or whatever, we can shift our women, our call center agents over to another partner. So
very good.
But it's working very well.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you for that. And again, I appreciate the conversation you and I had, and let me commend you on your recidivism rate. I do think that you're doing an excellent job in reducing that. So thank you once again. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Chairman Williams.
Thank you, Mr. Hart and team. You broached on this a little bit in your presentation, but I know last time we met, you laid out, I think it was 3 strategic plan, 3 goals for your strategic plan for 2023. One was to program 927 officers daily. The other was to provide some form of savings, of which you said you were able to do. And then the other was to achieve a net income of $1.2 million. I guess, based upon your testimony, I think you were able to achieve all these goals, but I wondered if you could tell us what obstacles you may or may have not faced as it relates to achieving those goals.
Yes, as far as our three main goals, it's always recidivism, it's number of offenders programmed, and cost savings to the state. Those are three that we have. We also have some additional goals, or what we call battle wigs, and that's where net income and revenue and some of that would fall. So last year we achieved our recidivism, we achieved our revenue. We fell just a little bit short on net income, but we still had a positive year. We fell just a little bit short on our number of offenders programmed, and then we hit our cost savings to the state numbers. So, and then this year we're basically, wherever we ended, we're setting those as our targets.
Just as a follow-up, part of the services you provide are for those prison industry enhancements. I didn't know, did you add any additional enhancements this year, or are we just carrying forward what was the previous year?
We still have 3 partners, and it's the same as last year. And actually what we're seeing nationwide in correctional industries is that program isn't as robust and strong as it has been, but we've seen an uptick like in the service industries. Which are just as important, because I think whenever we're looking at relevant job skills out in the labor markets, service industries is a big piece of it. So
Yes, sir. I could use a few of those in my district as well. Just as a follow-up to, as it relates to, I think in 2021, we allowed you guys to sell the services that you do provide. My question is that the reason why your revenue's gone up? Or is that from the sales of products? And I wondered if you could explain to us kind of what in my business, I'd say, what is your ideal client? I mean, who is buying from you those items?
our key customers are the Department of Correction, the Department of Revenue, and then we have a couple private partners, one in particular that we generate a lot of revenue from. And then we've got a host of partners or products that we sell that kind of are in that middle section. But with the Department of Correction, of course, we provide offender clothing, and we also provide a lot of the cleaning and laundry products now.
Okay.
And we've seen an uptick in our revenue sales in both of those areas. With the Department of Revenue, we all the different license plates, whether they're the state plate or a personalized plate, but we also do some the decals that go onto the plates and some things like that. And again, we've seen just a little bit of uptick even after the reissue year kind of ended in January of 22. So we haven't really added a lot of partners, but we've increased our business with the ones we had.
Okay. Thank you very much.
Chairman Kiesling.
Okay, thank you. Thank you, Chair Lady. David, thanks y'all for being here. To you, it's our understanding that Tricor had planned to utilize just under $1 million for capital improvements such as maybe dated equipment and installing an irrigation system, and finally the installation of security fencing around the corporate office or home office. I see you're acknowledging that. Question one is, and this may be to you, Mr. Thompson, not sure, but were y'all able to replace and install these items within that projected budget?
Yes. In some cases, I'm sorry. In some cases, when we have scheduled for capital replacement, it hasn't occurred exactly on time. One example was a printer that was purchased recently and actually fell into FY 24 that was scheduled for FY 23. But in general, we will achieve the spending that has been planned for unless we have a reason to either postpone that spend or we have to change direction and pivot for some reason.
Gotcha. Okay.
So the irrigation system,
Yeah.
We have postponed that because we found another need in agriculture, which was grain storage that we needed. And then the fencing around the corporate office building, we have that on hold right now. We did go out and we got some bids on it, and they came back extremely high. And so we're going to have to rethink maybe, how we go about, securing that property
Certainly.
even further.
Final question. The president, of course, your presentation states that the capital budget, your capital budget for FY25 is just over, well, specifically 1.2 million. Now, can you briefly describe the projects which would be included in this? And David, I think you'd already mentioned, you just surmised it as by saying equipment and other programs. Could you be just a little bit more specific than that?
Yes, we have some agricultural investment that is really expensive. We've got a tractor or two that we need to replace. And, back in my day, $30,000 or $40,000 replaced a tractor. Now that it's $200,000. And we also have, we've moved some of the grain storage into 2025. And I'm missing something. Oh, we have a large format printer that we use in our Braille program that we're starting to get a lot more requests for converting to large format, which helps people that aren't completely blind, but they do have sight impairment. And that's going to be a big piece of what we spend money on this year.
Great. Well, I'm going to sign off by saying this. We do, we appreciate y'all very much. Ms. Gibson, I'm looking at you. I hope, hopefully maybe we can do a tour. You could set us up with a tour one of these days soon. I know a couple of years ago, could have been 3 now. I did have an opportunity to go over, and y'all doing just a great job there. And I was very impressed, and I'm sure I will be again. But anyway, thank you again for your service. Madam Chair, thank you.
Thank you, Chairman. Representative Parkinson.
Thank you, Madam Chair Lady. Walk me through how your revenue is derived.
Okay. We're just like a normal business. We have certain products that we sell to both state and nonprofits. And those products range from like offender jeans, jackets, scrubs. We also have cleaning products, which might be like floor waxes, floor strippers. We have laundry products like soaps and things like that. We sell print. We sell, I'm missing something.
Oh, beef.
Sell agricultural products such, we have a row crop in the west, which is wheat, corn, and soybeans. And then we also have a beef operation in East Tennessee.
Okay.
So, and then we also partner with private partners to where we assist them with more or less labor, and we generate revenue from each hour of offender labor.
Okay.
And call centers, document imaging, some manufacturing, which falls into the PI programs.
Okay. And when you provide the labor for some of these business pay rate for the inmates?
We have 3 different levels of pay. One of them is a traditional tri-core wage, which is probably $1.50 with, and then we also require a savings feature with that. And then with our non-traditional tri-core wage, or we're competing more with a work release type program, we pay $7.25. And then in the PI programs, it's whatever that job classification they are doing that the Department of Labor puts them in. We have to pay prevailing wage in the 10th percentile.
Right. And that $1.50, is that $1.50 per hour?
Yes.
$1.50 per hour?
Yeah.
Okay. And give me an idea of some of the businesses that the labor is provided for.
Well, I've mentioned call centers, and that could be, we do some call centers for a couple state agencies, but most of them are private sector.
Is it like AT&T or?
No, they're more, I was trying to think, we have a company here in Brentwood called Phone Verification, where we do a lot of scheduling calls for them. We've just added a new call center partner, Tax Relief Advocates, where it'll be like a scheduling of calls. So any of the call center stuff that we have, the first thing that we do is we get what the script or the campaign is going to be. And then we get with our partner, TDOC, and we make sure that there's no issues around that before we ever, enter into anything with them. We have a document imaging or a scanning type program with the state of Florida, where we're reading license plates from the auto or the video readers and helping them determine, if what the plates are looking like, if they're hard to read, that type of thing. And we've been working with them for probably 3 years now.
Okay.
Our other partners, we have AHF, which is American Hardwood Flooring. It's over at Turney Center, and they do a lot of, used to be scraping of wood flooring. That business has kind of evolved and moved away, and it's more stains and custom type flooring that they're working on. We still do work with Shaw Industries out of Dalton, Georgia. And again, it's in flooring, but it's mainly in repair of existing or of flooring that we have. So,
Right. Can you give me a list of the businesses that you provide business to business services to? Can you get that list
Sure.
to my office? Okay,
You
thank you.
bet.
Thank you, Madam Chair.
And you touched on this, but, your overarching goal, or at least one of your overarching goals, is the recidivism rate. Obviously, a person is going to be less likely to reoffend if they're gainfully employed and have housing and all of those things. So what sort of placement rate do you have for people who have been through TriCore, they've worked in your organization? What is the placement rate for those folks once they are, they're no longer incarcerated, they're out in the broader community?
Dimitri?
Placement in terms of employment or housing?
Both, but primarily employment.
Most of the folks that we have are used to working with us on the inside, and they, for the most part, go immediately into working on the outside. And so one of the things that we've had in the most recent economy was not a lack of any positions that they could attain. And part of that is due to their willingness to go in and to work, and then also the certifications that they were afforded while they were with us. And so individuals that earn forklift certifications while they're with us are able to walk right out and use that forklift certification in the real world. We also have a number of other certifications that we provide to our folks, and those that have taken the benefit of those are utilizing those out in the workplace. And so in terms of employment, that has definitely been something that's been a big win for us and continues to be. Housing is always going to be a challenge depending on where they're going. There are more housing resources in different parts of the states, and that doesn't necessarily align with where they want to physically go. But we have a number of great housing partners that we work with to try to have placement with them. A big benefit in working with TriCore is that they are required to have a savings account. And so a lot of folks utilize the savings account to actually put a down payment on a housing unit of some sort, and are able to stand on their own when they go home based on the money that they invested into themselves while they were incarcerated. So that's what we see a lot with in terms of housing.
I'd say that our post-release employment, it's over 90%.
Which again, and you touched on this as well, the fact that hopefully you continue to watch what the marketplace is doing in terms of, there's no point in training people for a skill that is, not going to be needed on I don't know how many license plates makers there are in the country, probably a lot of job opportunities, but there may be things in that process
100%.
that provide them a skill set for moving forward. Representative Sparks.
Thank you, Director Hart. Appreciate your phone call last week. I just want to share from your website what you offer. To quote, we take a holistic approach and focus on the individual to ensure that they have the skills, confidence, self-esteem, and professionalism to successfully reintegrate in a society and become productive citizens. I think it was the chair lady or someone last year maybe mentioned God's work. So I appreciate what you do. My concern is the future of these young people that we're seeing in the third grade, fourth grade that may not be able to read on that level. We incarcerate more folks on the face of the earth than any other country in the world. That's something that we all as a committee should be concerned with, not a Democrat, Republican issue. Prisons and jails are very, 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 very expensive. So the work you do, I appreciate it, and I know this committee appreciates it, and I know the chair lady appreciates it. Our prison budget has doubled since I and many others up here were elected, and just want to tell you thank you for what you do. So, thank you, sir.
With that, I have no other additional questioners. Oh, I'm sorry. Representative Shaw, I just saw you and then erased it from my memory. I do apologize.
That's all right. Thank you, Madam Chair. I just too want to sing your praises, first of all, and tell you I think you are probably the best thing since sliced bread. But I'm also working hard now. I think we talked the other day. I want to see you get involved some way and somehow in the Blue Oval project. I think there's some places you can fit in. So I just want you to know I'm gonna be working toward that end, and you might hear from us sooner than later.
We'll be ready.
Thank you.
Well, now I think there are no further questions. So with that, Mr. Hart, thank you and your team. And as everyone else, I've had to apologize for the delay, but we appreciate you being willing to wait and make the presentation for us. And as always, again, it warms our heart to hear from organizations and agencies that contribute dollars to the state. So that we'll try to allocate those wisely. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, and thank you for your support.
Thank you.
Next up, we have our Board of Parole. Good afternoon. Thanks for being here. And again, as we have done with our other presenters, we'll just let you all determine how you're going to do your presentation, and whoever wants to begin that process, please go ahead.
Is that on? Okay, thank you. Thank you, Chair Lady Hazelwood, members of the committee for having me here today. I am Roberta Kustoff, and I'm here on behalf of the Board of Parole. With me today is Jim Purviance, our Executive Director, Rob Clark, our General Counsel, Cindy Taylor, our Parole Administrator, who handles our budget, research, policy, and planning, and Amber Lineberry, our Parole Administrator for Board Operations in our Hearings Division. And as well, Sarah Snyder, our legislative liaison, is here as well. So please feel free to reach out to her if you have any questions after this meeting or if she can be of any assistance. I first would like to acknowledge that I have big shoes to fill and appreciate the opportunity that Governor Lee has given me to chair this board and work with our employees. It is a testament to the leadership of Chairman Montgomery before me and the employees that work so hard for our agency that I am able to sit before you and request that we receive the same budget as we requested last year with no increases. Your generosity to our agency last year enabled us to upgrade our equipment, hire additional staff, and continue to modernize the agency to better serve the people of Tennessee. We pride ourselves on being good stewards of the taxpayers' dollars and spend only what we need in order to advance our mission, which is to minimize public risk and promote lawful behavior by the prudent, orderly release of adult offenders. We have 84 total staff members, including the 7 board members that are appointed by Governor Lee. We have an executive director, hearing officers, and support staff. Board members and hearing officers are located throughout the state, and the hearing officers conduct all the hearings in local jails and non-board level cases in prisons. The board members do hear some of the most serious cases, including murder, rape, aggravated kidnappings, and rape of a child. In holding those hearings, the board members and hearing officers take very seriously and adhere to the standards set forth in our guidelines and begin preparing for these hearings months in advance. Those guidelines include, but are not limited to, reviewing the support and opposition, assessments, programming, and the background of the individual that they are hearing. We review the audio of prior hearings that have been held, and due to your generosity, we are now able to assist victims that would like to be heard by recording their statements and preserving those for the victims that might not want to attend the hearing but have their voice be heard. As you can imagine, sometimes a parole hearing is the first time a victim's voice is heard due to plea agreements or other circumstances, and therefore it can be a daunting and very emotional experience. And having that option to video record that and have it preserved on our system is very helpful to those victims. The board is comprised of 7 full-time members. And again, like I said, the board members are appointed by Governor Lee. With Chairman Montgomery's retirement, we welcomed new board member Bobby Wagner, who is from Knox County and has spent his entire career working in law enforcement prior to Governor Lee appointing him in January of this year. He also worked with the Knox County Sheriff's Office as an assistant chief deputy and as chief of detectives, and he also served as a member of the State Post Commission. Board members serve six-year staggered terms, and they are charged with making decisions about which eligible offenders are appropriate candidates for parole. Board members vote on every parole hearing that is held, including the ones held by the hearing officers with our department. The board members also process executive clemency applications and make non-binding recommendations to the governor. We review all the clemency applications that are presented, and I'm sure you've recognized that Governor Lee has been granting clemencies throughout his tenure. Wherein prior administrations have granted clemencies at the end of their term, Governor Lee has done so consistently throughout his term. These clemency hearings are done by the full board in attendance in Nashville and not via video conference. As you can see from the slide, we have conducted 13,694 hearings this fiscal year. You can see the numbers: 12,994 hearings were conducted by hearing officers and 700 were held by the board members. We issued 2,735 parole certificates and revoked 1,531 offenders for parole violations. Again, our Victim Services Program, we are so proud of our Victim Services Division and continue to aid those victims that want to attend hearings by coordinating that attendance via either in person at a TDO facility or in our central office. They will inform the hearing officer or board member that a victim would like to attend the hearing and make sure that their voice is heard and coordinate that. Again, I'd like to reiterate that we appreciate granting the victims the ability to make a recorded victim impact statement. We have, according to our data, we've assisted 31 victims utilizing this technology since its inception a little over a year ago, and look forward to growing this program as it becomes, as more people find out about the program and its availability. Our budget overview, again, we are requesting the same amount as last year and appreciate you fully funding our request last year. Our budget is a little higher due to the pay-for-performance rates that were given, and those additional funds were given to us by FNA for those pay-for-performance increases, and we appreciate that. We believe we can operate efficiently this year under our current base budget. At this time, I again would like to thank you for having the opportunity to address y'all. And I would like to, again, I would be remiss if I didn't thank the staff that was here with me today who helped me prepare for this hearing. And at this time, we're happy to answer any questions that you might have.
Thank you so much for, again, and I continue to have to apologize for delaying you all. And we appreciate the fact that you were willing to hang around and dedicate more of your day than you had perhaps planned to this presentation. I do have some questioners on the list, beginning with Representative Barrett.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Good afternoon. My question involves some budget items that were presented to you all in the last budget. There were a couple positions that were funded, as well as some money for technical upgrades, which you may have mentioned, I think may have referred to in your opening statement. So my question is, has the board been able to fill these positions with that money? Is that money being utilized? And also, have the technical upgrades been accomplished?
And I'm going to answer to the one I have direct knowledge about, and that's the technical upgrades. The broadband was, our members, there's 7 of us across the state, and we're located in rural areas of the state, urban areas. So with that broadband upgrade, when we would have hearings before, we do those via video typically. We'd be in the middle of a hearing and it would drop. And so you can imagine, as you're sitting in a hearing and you're getting momentum going and you're hearing from everyone, you're having a conversation, and it suddenly drops off, and it became frustrating. And there were other times we'd have to kind of piece things together, try to work out, sometimes maybe we even have instances where board members would go to the facility in order to conduct those hearings, because the notice and the preparation, again, that goes into having a hearing is pretty lengthy, and we hate to not afford that opportunity to have that hearing be held. So being able to upgrade our broadband made a huge difference in terms of the hearings that we're able to hold now. They're seamless. We're able to have victims come in, able to have support and, opposition be there as well, and conduct those more, they're seamless. You're getting a better recording. You're having a better hearing. So appreciate that, being able to do that. I will let Jim Purviance speak to the staffing positions and where we are with those.
Hey, good afternoon, Jim Purviance, Executive Director. Thank you for your question. To answer your first question about the positions, we have filled one of the 2 positions. The first position we filled was the HR position, and we were lucky to fill it very quickly. The second position, it is out there and is being posted again. Unfortunately, like probably every state agency that is going to come before you, we are having a difficult time locating and securing talent, but we're very hopeful and still trying. The other technology, you all awarded us the opportunity to replace our video equipment at central office that has reached end of life. We met with STS a couple of weeks ago. 2 of the systems are on order. They're inbound. They haven't set an installation date, but they are coming. The large system that we use, there was some issue with the vendor. STS is working with them. They've respec'd it. They told us that we would have an installation by the end of the fiscal year, and we would pay for it this year with this year's monies, and they're thinking it may actually be a little bit cheaper.
Thank you. So with that being said, so I believe it's the jail video hearing coordinator position that's not been filled. Do you anticipate filling that before the end of this fiscal year, that position? And then also with regards to, I believe it was about $210,000 for the technology upgrades. Has all of that been spent, and is there any additional technology needs that the department's going to have?
We hope to fill the position. If I tell you that we're going to fill it, I'm being very, very hopeful. We are trying very hard, I can tell you that. We have no extra technology needs we have right now, and that we could certainly give you a wish list, but we don't have any needs that we have to have. Conversations with STS a few weeks ago, we're probably going to come in under that 210,000, but cannot give you an exact dollar amount at this time.
All right. Thank you. Thank you for your answers.
Yes, sir.
Thank you for your question.
Chairman Whitson.
Thank you, Chair Lady, and I'd like to continue on with Representative Barrett's questions about 23-24 cost increases. And welcome and nice to meet you, good folks. Chair Lady, last year the board requested $164,900 from the governor for salary upgrades for hearing officers. This request was not included in the budget. However, the budget did include an over $41 million for market rate adjustments for Team Act agencies. My question is, how much was the board allocated for market rate adjustments from the Team Act pool, and was the board able to utilize any of the funding to adjust the salaries of hearing officers? You or your staff, and if you need for me to repeat the question, I'll be glad to. Okay.
Thank you for your question, and I'm going to allow Cindy Purviance, who handles our budget, to answer that. Yes, she'll have those more readily.
Good afternoon. We received quite a bit of money for the market salary increases. our hearing officers were in fact a great benefit from those raises. The requested budget that we submitted when the budget was due was $11,136,500. Our current base budget is $12,100 or 1,600. That difference is what we received in the market increase.
Okay, thank you.
Chairman Zachary.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Good to see you folks this afternoon. In response to our finance questionnaire, you had made reference to a claim that had been filed, I believe, with the Claims Commission. Can you give us just an update on that and if there are any more pending claims, please?
Thank you, Chairman Zachary, for your question. And under advice of counsel, I'm going to let our General Counsel, Rob Clark, answer that.
Thank you.
Thank you. Rob Clark, General Counsel for the Board of Parole. Thank you for the question, sir. We do just have one claim pending in a court that could result in financial award against the state. On advice of counsel from the Attorney General's office, we can't discuss that publicly right now, but it is pending right now and I believe set for trial next month.
If you could, once that's settled and once you please, if that's the right terminology, once that's settled, if you could let us know, please, that'd be great.
Yes, sir.
Thank you. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you. Thank you for your question.
Representative McKenzie.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Couple of questions on some of the information you covered. The first one is pretty brief questions. You talked about your video assistance for the victim impact statements. Do those carry over? So say there's a parole hearing, there's a victim impact statement. Do they carry over, and do you need to get permission because maybe the person has had a change of heart in 3 to 5 years in between parole hearings? How does that work?
Thank you, Representative, for that question. I appreciate that. And that is, they do stay on our system. So once, and even prior hearings and in review for the hearings that I hold, I will go back and listen to prior hearings, get a feel for the things that were brought up and discussed. And those video hearings, to my knowledge, will stay on the system with that in terms of if they come up for parole again, down the road. Now, in terms of a change of heart, that's a very interesting proposition. And I believe if they would like to amend that statement, that certainly we would allow them to make any statement or any kind of, submit, sometimes if people can't attend, they also would submit before the video statements, they would submit a written statement. And I have had hearings where they were in opposition. And then, as time passed, they might amend that statement or provide a new statement. We upload all of those, and those are held in perpetuity with that along, for that hearing. Thank you.
Representative McKenzie.
Thank you. Thank you for that answer. And then my second question, you had talked about you revoked 1,500 offenders for parole violations. I'm guessing that is people in their first, second, fifth year of parole. And I know that might be a difficult question. You may have to send it to me later. I'd like to see what that distribution as far as recidivism is what I'm looking at. If someone's in there, do it after 2 months, they violate, or if it's after 3 years. Do you have any feel for how those 1,500 offenders lie in terms of age of their parole?
Thank you for the question. I'm sensing we don't. Yeah, I'm going to let Cindy as Taylor answer that.
Hi. We do not track that.
You were on, I think.
Okay. Sorry. We do not track that routinely, but it is something that we can look at and get to your office.
Yeah. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you for the question.
Representative Sparks.
I just want to thank the board. Recently I spoke up for a gentleman that was having a hearing, and I just texted him. He doesn't mind me sharing his name, Justin Bashir. This gentleman's a true craftsman, got in trouble when he's about 18 years of age. He's now a minister. And I watched the board, Sarah Snyder, thank you, Sarah, for helping with this, but they just treated him and his family with respect. And want to thank Richard McGurmy, chairman, and Zane Duncan, Gary Fulkin, and Tim Gobble, May Beavers, and Roberta Kustoff, Barrett Rich. I watched the interaction, and folks haven't been over there or had a constituent. This guy made a mistake like many of us did at a young age, at 18, 17, 19. All of us made mistakes. But he's still waiting, but y'all recommend a full pardon for this gentleman. And this gentleman is a rock star, Justin Bashir, and you see the cabinetry and the work that he's done in his ministry. But I just want to thank you. There's another gentleman, I can't think of his name, that helped you, Sarah, over there. But I watched the interaction, and it was really meaningful, not just to me as a layperson watching, but for him and his wife and his family. He also, I think, is fosters like 5 children too. So I just want to thank y'all for your work.
Thank you, Representative, for those comments. I appreciate that, and that I will share that with the board and the agency. Thank you for that.
Representative Love.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And my comments actually follow up a little bit of my colleague who just spoke. I had a chance, as you know, to actually come to and participate in the Clemenson hearing. And I'm grateful for the opportunity to do that, and grateful for the chance you all gave many family members and friends to testify to the transformation that occurred in this gentleman's life, and for him also to be able to talk about what led to his unfortunate situation that caused him to be incarcerated. So thank you for that. And I know that in any area, there's always room for improvement, but from what I observed that particular day, things were running smoothly. The process was well received, and everyone was treated with respect and dignity. So let me thank you for the way you conducted the hearing.
Thank you, Representative, for those comments, and I appreciate that.
Representative Miller.
Thank you, Madam Chair Lady. Good afternoon. Thank you all for what you do. In your budget of $12 million, 23-24, is the salary and market adjustment based on the 6 board members? Is that adjustment included in your $12 million budget?
Thank you for the question, Representative Miller. Yes, it is.
Okay.
Yes.
Right now, that salary is probably what, 180,000? Is that what we're looking at? Something in that
No,
nature?
sir, 133,000.
Oh, it's 133.
Yes.
So adjustment would do what exactly what does that mean if you were to adjust the current salary for the next budget?
Oh my. May I have our executive director answer that question?
Jim Provence, Executive Director. Thank you for the question, sir. That adjustment would be made from the governor's office because the board members report to the governor, and he is the one who would set their salary.
Thank you for that.
Yes, sir.
Are they by Zoom or in person, the hearings that the board members now, how do they
Thank you for the
participate in their
question.
hearings?
Yes, thank you for the question. It is we have a video system that we were using, Jabber, and now we are working on a transition to hold those via Teams. And so it is like it is similar to Zoom, a Zoom call, but we've been doing it for years. And what was really great about that during the pandemic is we were able to continue to hold hearings, and that was, we really did not miss a beat. The governor was able to enter an executive order where we were able to continue to do those, and it was very helpful. So and we continue to utilize that technology, and thank you again for the increase last year. So we were able to increase that broadband and keep that as technology moves on, we have to keep up with that so we can maximize those hearings and do it the proper way and not have hiccups. So
I guess one of the most positive things that came out of this pandemic was the fact that we were able to say, let's start participating by Zoom and keep that up and keep that up. I think it's somewhat spoiled us, but that's where we are. And back to the salary market adjustments, I've been here a long time. I've seen that quite often, every department, but the individuals that never ever get a salary market adjustments are the legislators. I just thank you.
Thank you for your comment. Thank you for your question.
We do it for the love. Uh, With no further lobbying on board from Representative Miller, we thank you for your time with us today. And we thank you again for the work that you did to make sure that, we have laws and we have consequences for breaking those laws. But once those consequences are paid, then people deserve a chance to do the right thing. And we rely on you all to make sure as humanly possible when those folks are ready to do that. So thank you for the work that you do.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Thank you for the opportunity to be heard today.
Next up, we have our folks from TASSER. So we'd ask Dr. Lippard if he and his team would take their seats. And don't worry, Dr. Lippard, we're not going to ask for a TASSER study on legislative salaries.
We have done those. We've already done that one, yes, Chairman.
Welcome.
Thank you, Chairman Hazelwood, Vice Chairman Baum, committee members. It's a pleasure to be here this afternoon. I'm Cliff Lippard. I'm the Executive Director of the Tennessee Advisory Commission on Intergovernmental Relations. TriCor has nothing on our name. With me today, I have our Deputy Executive Director, Melissa Brown, our Director of Administration, Michael Timmy, and then we also have our Director of Policy, Dr. Matt Owen, in the front row behind us, in case you have any broadband questions. All right, I hope I didn't plant that. Madam Chair, since we were last year, I thought it'd be good to just give a quick reminder for anyone who may not be familiar with us, who we are. TASSER was created in 1978 to serve as a forum for the discussion and resolution of intergovernmental problems, so those problems that exist across levels of government in the state of Tennessee. The commission itself is made up of 25 members, including 10 legislators, 2 executive branch members, the comptroller of the Treasury, 4 county representatives, 4 city representatives, 2 private citizens, and 2 other local government representatives. I'm happy to say that all 5 of our House members are also on this committee, so it's kind of TASSER days here. That commission is supported by a full-time staff of 19, which includes 15 research staff, and that's including Melissa, Matt, and myself, and 4 support staff, including Michael. Since we were last before the committee, we had completed 8 reports that were either referred by the General Assembly, requested by our members, or that were updates to previous reports. And those include studies on a comprehensive litter review, a study on reference-based pricing for healthcare, a rather large study on passenger rail and mobility, another large study on utility-scale solar energy development, an update to our user's guide on fiscal capacity for education funding in Tennessee. And we partly updated that because of the switch from the BEP to TISA. Then also a report on the effect of COVID-19 recession on public infrastructure needs, a report on emergency communications on college campuses, and a report on liquor by the drink taxes. We also have 5 recurring mandated projects, including our annual public infrastructure needs inventory, our monitoring of Public Chapter 1101, which is Tennessee's Growth Policy Act, our annual report on Tennessee Valley Authority payments in lieu of tax dollars, and the fiscal capacity formula that I already mentioned. And then finally, a new one that was just added with Public Chapter 341 Acts of 2023, which is going to have us monitor the tangible personal property tax and any changes to it resulting from the recent addition of a second threshold level for that tax. Our budget request for fiscal year 24-25 includes a total of $3,953,400. Of that, only 4% or 164,600 is from state appropriations. The rest comes from Tennessee Valley Authority payments in lieu of tax dollars, and also $50,800 in other revenue, which is contract revenue from the Department of Education for our work on fiscal capacity. And Chairman, pending your questions, that completes our presentation.
Okay, thank you for your comments. We do have a few questions, and the first one is by Chairman Williams.
Thank you, Dr. Lippert. It's always good to see you. I get to see you quite often throughout the year. So I had a couple of infrastructure needs questions. You guys have done for the last 25 years an infrastructure needs assessment for Tennessee statewide. I think the last assessment said that our infrastructure needs in regards to roads and bridges and things of the nature said that we were only $63 billion short of what our needs were. I know this body in the governor's office spent a lot of capital last year, a little over $3.3 billion in future projects that the list was released back in December the 18th, I think. The question is for you is based upon your experience, is that obviously it's not enough if it's $63 billion, but is that $3.3 billion going to make a dent in that? And do you see us growing that $63 billion need in the next report in your early preliminary study?
So I can answer the second part of that question first, in that because we are preparing to present the the report to the commission at our next meeting later this month. And for the first time, well, the second time, I guess, but the first time in a while, the actual transportation portion of the transportation and utility category, which captures all those rail and bridge needs, et cetera, the only increase in it was because of inflation. The actual needs being reported did not go up for the first time in a while. Now, I think an important caveat on that $63 billion figure is that we're looking at needs, projected needs as reported by the state and its local governments through the survey that's conducted by the state's 9 development districts under a contract with us. And so those needs are they're looking out over 25 years, and the reported needs in that category are for 5 years. And so the number, it is a large number, but I just want to explain why it's such a large number. And then a short answer to the first part of your question is yes, I think it will make a dent. I think the way it's been prioritized and focusing on probably the more pressing needs, because there are needs and there are needs. Some needs are more pressing than others.
Right. Your team does a great job also in other areas as it relates to infrastructure. Now that Chairman Zachary has left, you say the word broadband, and he's like a saying squirrel in front of a dog. But one of the other questions is, as it relates to infrastructure regarding our public schools and the needs that they need surrounding data and security and broadband. Could you comment kind of where you think we are on that, or how we're doing as it relates to that need?
I'm going to refer part of this question to our Deputy Executive Director, but I will say that our education needs as related to technology was one of the things that popped up on the study I mentioned a few minutes ago on the effects of the pandemic on infrastructure needs, because that was really the one finding to come out of that report, was that there weren't a lot of changes in infrastructure needs as a result of the pandemic, but where there were changes was in education technology needs. We realized how much more technical infrastructure we needed to be able to do remote classes and things like that, and realized the importance of those investments even out in normal times. And then Melissa, if you have anything to add.
That's primarily what we've seen over the past year.
Okay. Thank you very much.
Okay, next up is Representative Barrett.
Over here.
Yeah.
How are you?
Doing well, thank you.
You mentioned this already in your opening, talking about redoing your handbook with regards to fiscal capacity for education. So my question is, the changes between going from BEP to the TISA formula, what impact are you all seeing, or have you calculated that's going to change how localities will be impacted? And will they fare better statewide, or do you have a determination of that?
I don't honestly, and I think first of all, I think it was probably too soon to say on overall how they're going to do. But as far as our work on it with fiscal capacity, nothing changed with the way fiscal capacity is calculated. And we calculate half the fiscal capacity formula. UT's Boyd Center for Business and Economic Research calculates the other half of it, and that has stayed the same within TISA as it was in the BEP. So, as far as we're concerned, it's the same. Now, as time goes on and we're monitoring the fiscal capacity of local governments, we might have some idea of any shifts in that.
All right, thank you.
Yep.
Any more questions for Tasser? Okay, Representative Miller?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Just a quick question. Representative Williams, he started with comments about a $65 billion Tasser study that, my understanding, and then he mentioned something about a $3 million investment by the state. And then in your answer, I'm just sitting there thinking, wow, this is the first I've heard of the $65 billion study. But the $3 billion, and I said, well, okay, now we're at $62 billion, right? But I didn't get a clear understanding of, you said it was a dent, that's helping us we're moving forward.
Right, and part of that, Representative, is that $63 billion. I believe $63 billion for transportation. Okay, that's for all long-term transportation needs reported both by the state and by the local government. So that includes local transportation needs beyond just what the state, local roads and things like that. A portion of that are the needs that are reported by by TDOT, and so that would be a smaller portion of the total, and I'd have to check to see what that amount is. But it's my response to Chairman Williams was that $3 billion is getting at probably the more pressing needs within some of those critical categories in the state portion. So the transportation needs reported in the public infrastructure needs inventory are a much longer look into the future, and they're not just like maintenance of existing roads and bridges, but where people think they may need future construction and things like that. So it's not really an apples to apples comparison.
Okay, all right. Well, thank you for that explanation. Still a little somewhat mind-boggling. Okay.
Okay, and next, Representative Parkinson.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I just have more of a comment, just always, want to publicly thank you guys for what you do and for the efforts you make. And, I love serving on the board, and again, thank you. Keep up the great work.
Thank you.
All right, well, I think that's all the questions for Tasser. So until we send you some reports or studies, we appreciate your time here.
Thank you. Always a pleasure.
And I will invite up our next group, which is the Tennessee Housing Development Agency, and Mr. Trent Ridley and his team. Okay, and I think we're ready for your presentation, and then we'll have some questions.
Okay, thank you again. My name is Trent Ridley. I'm Chief Financial Officer for the Tennessee Housing Development Agency. And with me is Joe Brown, our Assistant Chief Financial Officer and Controller for THDA. And he and his team work very hard to ensure that our finances are certainly in order. And I'm going to start with that. Under Joe's leadership and the work of our finance team and accounting teams, THDA has earned its 21st consecutive clean financial audit from the Comptroller's Office. This is no small feat, given the increasing complexity of our mortgage business and the expansion of our federal programs. Mr. Brown is actually retiring at the end of February after 34 years of service with state government, and 32 of those years have been with THDA. So I just want to say to my friend Joe that I thank you for your service and a job well done. Looking at our business, our portfolio, we had some portfolio runoff during COVID. We had a lot of prepayments during that time. But since then, we've rebounded with approximately to about $3.27 billion in first mortgages. And those mortgages continue to spin out strong net interest earnings for THDA. As you may know, we have changed our business model to include secondary market executions to be less reliant on bonds. However, bonds presented a much higher net present value in 2023 as secondary market pricing was much unfavorable for most of the year. We've seen some improvement in market and secondary market pricing, but not enough. So we expect to primarily rely on bond execution again throughout 2024. Servicing wise, our loan portfolio and delinquencies related to that, the rate actually hit its lowest point ever in the history of THDA. And that is really giving thanks to the work of our servicing team there in VMLS. Since bringing servicing in-house, VMLS has saved between $2 to $2.5 million annually. And we've begun to see revenue inflows from the servicing of the loans we have securitized through Freddie Mac and Ginnie Mae. Looking at housing a little bit closer, last year we authorized a record amount of tax-exempt bonds for multifamily. At the same time, we purchased a record amount of single-family loans to the tune of $737 million. The number of loans, while they are higher than the past three previous years, it still trails our peak production, which was pre-COVID. The lack of inventory at the lack of inventory at entry-level price points remains a challenge for our targeted borrowers. The average loan size increased by $56,000 from 2020 to 2023, which brings me to the next slide here, or the next chart, which is the Tennessee Housing Cost Index. For most of the decade, the percentage ranged between 28% and 31%, but it spiked last year to about 38%, and then now is at 44%. So 44% of the average Tennessean's gross monthly income is needed for housing. So housing has certainly become less affordable here in Tennessee. So this is primarily driven by low supply and high demand, along with higher construction costs and higher interest rates. So looking for ways to incentivize and support the development of affordable homes and apartments regular working people can afford will be a priority for THDA. Now, here's a quick look at all of the federal programs that we administer, including the FSAC grant to FAHE. These grants represent the lion's share of the budget that is before you today. While some of the COVID funding remains to be spent by 2026, the rent relief program and the mortgage assistance programs both ended last summer. So we therefore are returning 11 positions in FY25 that are no longer needed for the COVID-related programs. So with that, I'll end the presentation, and we'll be glad to answer any questions the committee may have.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Ridley. I've got a question about your website. Your website has a tool, kind of a mapping tool on it, that allows website visitors to identify areas that have, I guess, housing units that are eligible for low-income housing tax credits. And it looks like, using this tool, that there are parts of the state, maybe entire counties, are shaded in and labeled as difficult development areas, all of Bedford County, all of Sevier County. Can you give us a little more information on what this means and how that's determined?
I will try to answer your question. When we're looking across the state and we look at the different areas, we look at what the ability to generate affordable housing, looking at income limits, looking at all those different things, and we try to assess the ability to generate affordable housing in those areas if it can be supported and those kinds of things. So when it comes to that tool, that's looking at basically all of the projects that have come forward and have been allocated on a competitive basis. Those tax credits, the 4% tax credits and the 9% tax credits. So those all have been awarded based on a competitive basis, and that's where those dots are representatives. That's what those dots represent. Now there are areas that are census tracts and things of that nature, and I think we've given some preference to those in the scoring of some of the in the QAP. And we try to provide additional scoring for areas such as Blue Oval and those kinds of things to try to match what's going on within the state and try to help affordable housing where there's investment and other things coming within to the state as well.
Okay. And since you brought up Blue Oval, that new site will come with it the demand for housing. Is THDA aware of any initiatives in that area designed to help provide additional housing, additional affordable housing?
Thank you for that question. Good question. Through the multifamily bond program, tax credit programs, things of that nature, if I recall correctly, we have maybe 3 projects that have been awarded bonds in the Blue Oval area. So we're able to support in that regard. And I believe the rural development has what they call basically a conglomerate or a multi-site project that's coming that has 12 sites in it. And if I'm not mistaken, several of those sites, maybe 5 to 7 of those sites that they will be doing is around that Blue Oval area as well.
Okay, thank you for that information. Next up on our list of questions is Chairman Hicks.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Ridley, thank you for being here. And Mr. Brown, thank you for being here, not only for today, but for the last 30 some odd years. Thank you for your service to the state. I certainly want to commend you on that. Going back to talking about COVID just a little bit more, last year, in the 22-23 fiscal year budget, there was 31 positions to help administer some of these COVID grants. Are all these positions filled at this particular time?
We've tried to fill all of the positions. One of the things, if you notice in the presentation, we're turning back 11 of the positions because we've determined that, since some of the programs have waned and have ended last summer, that we don't need 11 of those positions. As with other state agencies, we sometimes have some trouble filling positions, but right now we probably have maybe 13 positions or 26 positions that are in some form that we are currently recruiting for and expect to fill, before the end of the fiscal year. So, as we are able to fill positions, we try to fill them. And quite frankly, some areas are, because we are not able to fill positions as timely as we can, some areas do work a little overtime.
And my next question kind of deals with the slide that actually is still up there. All these, the federal programs here that are administered by THDA, how many of these are actually paid for and funded by COVID funds?
You have, let's see, project base. The low-income water assistance program is there, and the emergency housing vouchers are 2 of the programs that are listed there. We did get some low-income housing energy assistance funds has already been administered COVID, so that has already been taken care of. And what's not listed here is the homeowner assistance fund that we receive funds from Treasury. That's one of the COVID-related kind of funds that is still going. We still have some funds to spend through December, I believe, of 2026. So
Speaking of those funds that haven't been spent, what is the total amount of COVID dollars that haven't been spent? And that may be something you need to get back and let
I
Chair Lady know.
believe in the Housing Assistance Fund, I believe it's around 117 million. I believe we received some funds, maybe 66 million for weatherization. That's, I believe, in the budget as well. And for the emergency rent assistance that we received, there was ERA 1 and ERA 2. ERA 2 provided flexibility if we met some of the spend down targets, that some remaining funds would actually come and remain with THDA. And so there's $40 million of that that's actually going to remain with THDA that we're going to be using to prevent evictions.
All right. Thank you very much. That's all my questions. Again, thank you for being here. And again, Mr. Brown, thank you for your service.
Representative Shaw.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Madam Chair, may I have the personal privilege for just a moment before I ask a question?
Yes, certainly.
Thank you. I'd like for this committee to help me recognize one of my county commissioners back in Hardeman County, Mr. Brad Grantham, who's here in the audience with us today. Let me thank you, Mr. Brown, for your service. And Mr. Ridley, I know I wanted to ask you that your agency received maybe $6.3 million in non-recurring federal funds for infrastructure investments, and of course, through the JOB Act, and of course, it's for low-income families to help with their energy cost. Now, these funds are going to expire on the 30th, I believe, in 2027. My question to you is, how does the agency plan to promote the availability of this grant, and how are the funds going to be awarded, and have any been awarded, or when will the first ones go out of the door?
Thank you for the question. With the $66 million is related to the weatherization program. Historically, weatherization has been focused on single-family units, making sure that we can keep the cost of utilities down, things of that nature. With this additional funds, we've decided to focus that on multifamily properties to try to help keep utility costs and things down there. That's new for THDA, so it's taken us a little while to work and find the correct vendors that have worked with multifamily properties and things of that nature. And so it's going to be based on where the needs are and their ability to work on those various properties, those properties first being identified and then coming into our community programs area, being assessed, and then funds being awarded in that manner.
Representative Shaw.
What's your plan as to how you will promote the grant? First part of my question is, and have you already started, or if not, when will you start handing these grants out to these multifamilies?
We're hoping to get started soon. These are we're working through all of the requirements. Again, trying to locate the vendors that have that multifamily kind of experience, and then getting them, also trying to help make sure they're trained up on the requirements and things of that nature. So there's some technical advisory funds and training funds that we will use to get it up. If I recall correctly, we're hoping to get started either in the second quarter of 2023 or by July 1st, by July 1st of this year. As far as advertising, I'm not aware of any advertising in terms of reaching out and saying, hey, we have this money, here's what we're doing. I think if I recall correctly, we're looking through the vendors to go out and try to identify these properties and bring them forward and say, here's what we have is being assessed, and then the funds being awarded based on that manner. That's what I recollect.
Thank you, sir.
Yes, sir.
Representative Parkinson.
Thank you, Madam Chair Lady. And just along those lines, I know you're shifting, I think I'd heard this before, but you're shifting to multifamily dwellings with this money. Does that exclude those that are in single family households?
We currently have weatherization funding for single family. This is additional funding
Okay.
that has come in to the state, and we want to focus that amount of money on multifamily because again, traditionally it has been single family.
Thank you for that. What other COVID era funds do you still have that have to be exhausted? I thought I heard you say that you still had a few, maybe 2 or 3 more pots that were.
The major is the Housing Assistance Fund, and I think it has to be expended by 2026. We provided some homeowner assistance for the mortgages and things of that nature, applications and everything that has run its course. During that, we also offered, folks were able to execute what is called a partial claim with HUD, where their need was actually rolled into an interest-free loan with HUD, and then the remaining portion was added to their current loan balance and re-amortized over a 30-year period, so it becomes more affordable. Borrowers have one shot at a partial claim execution with HUD for the life of their loan. So we were actually able to take some of the HAF funds, not just for THDA borrowers, but for any borrower in the state that actually took advantage of a partial claim, and restore that option with HUD so that in the future, if they should ever have to execute one of those again, that option will be there and actually help them stay in their homes.
And can you just briefly explain to us what partial claim is what's meant by partial claim and what it's for?
It's a means, instead of foreclosing on the home, HUD has an option that says I'm making up a number, you are behind on your mortgage, you're behind on your payments, $20,000. They would perhaps take 10,000 of that and say, let's roll that into a 0% loan. And then the other 10,000 they will add to a balance and say, we're going to re-amortize that over a 30-year period at a fixed interest rate. So it all becomes, again, more affordable, but it resolves the delinquency.
Check.
And
Thank
from
you.
that standpoint.
Thank you for that. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Representative Love.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And I want to ask a question about, and see if you can speak to some of the FAHI money that you received and how that program is coming with the development. I know it was given to try to increase the affordability of homes across the state, and did not know if you could speak to that.
I would try. With the FSAC money going to FAHI, that's going to be for the Appalachian area up in East Tennessee. And it's for preservation. I think some of it is going to be used for new construction maybe. And if I recall correctly, it could be like 147 units total in that area. We've been working with our legal team and our folks in community programs and with FAHI, to make sure we can execute the contract along with the requirements that come along with the funds. And so I think we're coming along pretty well with that. And hopefully our director informed me that we hope to have something in place by April 1st, I believe is that.
Okay.
Thank you. Thank you, Madam Chair.
I'm sorry, I had another conversation going, so Representative Love? Okay. All right, are there any further questions? Chairman Keesley?
I'll make it quick, Madam Chair. I'll make it quick.
That's
Adam.
fine. We're just trying to get our ducks in a row, and they were not cooperating and lining up well, so I do apologize.
Okay. Thank you very much. Now, it is director. So, Mr. Ridley, you are the executive director. Is that your title?
No, sir, I'm the Chief Financial Officer.
Excuse me. So, Representative Shaw earlier referred to you, to both you and Mr. Brown, as an agency. Here, we're showing you as the authority. Tell me, and let me get this, get everybody meshed here, because I have in my phone, and many times I used to call David Parr when he was the executive director. You guys are getting me, you're acknowledging what I'm fixing to ask. Dave was the executive director over the Tennessee Housing Development Agency. Is that correct? Or do I need to tweak my phone here?
Agency is the correct
It is.
term. Agency is correct. It's the Tennessee Housing Development Agency.
Oh,
yes, sir.
okay.
And David Pear was actually legislative liaison. Ralph Perry is our executive director.
Ralph, yes.
Yes.
Okay, I got you. Thank you. Thank you very much. One final quick question. Let's go back to a question that was asked, I think, by Representative Parkinson about the Housing Assistance Fund. You got money there, so we need to get rid of that money and help folks. So how do you use the local, the 9 development districts across the state in order to get this distributed out, or how do you get this distributed?
Primarily, it's been through our website, loan applications or applications processed through a portal. Since that part of it has ended, we've been working with U.S. Treasury to try to identify other permitted uses of the funds so that we can kind of figure out what we can do from here and try to get some funds spent here in Tennessee before it expires by December 31st, I believe, 2026.
Gotcha. Okay. Well, thank you very much. Thank you. Thank you, Madam Chair.
And I think that begs the question, sometimes we have these funds, we saw it with the rental monies. It's not that people don't need them, they do. It's just that there is a gap between people being aware and knowing what the process is and being able to work their way through that process. So what do we do, or have we done, or should we be doing to make Tennesseans aware that these kinds of assistance programs are out there?
Well, the emergency rental assistance funds, for example, those funds have actually run their course.
Right, but
And
that's just an example of, I
Yeah,
know
yeah.
people who were needing
Mhm.
that sort of help, they didn't get it, sometimes simply because they didn't even know it was available or how to go about applying. So
So-
in these other funds, I'm just trying to see if there's more that we can do as, as your agency or as a legislative body or whatever, to make sure that Tennesseans have an opportunity to utilize funds that are sitting there that might not be utilized, that are indeed needed.
We have a team of folks that travel the state around, and they visit with local mayors, county mayors, city mayors, things, and try to assess needs. And they also work with our lenders and letting them know the products and things that we have out there. So, if there's any time that we can be of assistance in hosting or attending any events to talk about. We also have advertising that we do, especially with our mortgage program, and we have websites and things of that nature. So if once we develop a program, we do let everyone know. We let the local folks know at the county level. We let the administration know, and our board knows the programs that we're bringing forward. So hopefully, once we find out from U.S. Treasury the permitted uses of the funds for the HAF, we'll be able to put something together and we'll be able to advertise and let folks know what's out there next with those funds.
I do think that's a critical, missing piece sometimes is just awareness. And again, we have elderly who are living in homes, they've owned homes, for a long time. They probably are not energy efficient in many, many ways. They might be eligible for somewhat of the weatherization assistance or some of the low income home energy assistance. But unless they are plugged in, through some organization or entity, they are most likely not going to be aware of it. So I'm just, and it's not, I'm not saying it's your problem to solve. I'm just looking for ways that we might better collectively be able to raise that awareness level and help people. Again, you have a portal, and I'm talking about elderly citizens, a web portal. You might as well be talking about the third dimension.
Right.
They're not going to be able to walk through that. So I just again, I would just encourage and challenge all of us to just really give some thought to how we might be able to raise that awareness level and then provide assistance for people who are technologically challenged or don't have access to the internet or whatever to be able to, try and take advantage of some of these opportunities that are there.
If I might add, we do work with a lot of nonprofit partners throughout the state. They do have connections with folks in the communities. So we work a lot with them with a lot of our programs. So we get the word out through and work through them as well. So.
And I think perhaps our rural communities and our elderly communities, that might be a more difficult task than some other places. So again, just a challenge for all of us to try and give some thought to how we might improve that. Representative Shaw.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And since my name was called, I'm going to come back and say, I do think I appreciate what the chairman has said. And across the whole state of Tennessee, Tennessee is different in many ways depending upon where you are in Tennessee. But I do know in our area, West Tennessee, your local newspaper and your local radio station will reach folk. And I'll say that because I'm in the radio business, but it will reach more people than anything else you can do, even websites or whatever. 98% of a community in West Tennessee is going to read their local newspaper and listen to their local radio station. They just going to do that. And I don't know why it seems to be such a hard task for us to figure out how to reach these elderly people who go to church every Sunday and listen to programs and so forth on their radio stations and newspapers. And I think that's something that we really need to think about getting back to. I know we got all these ideas about the websites and what they'll do, but I think the lady chair made the point, some people don't even have broadband yet. We're trying to get it out in Tennessee, but they don't even have it.
That's right.
So how are you going to reach those people? And if they're elderly people who don't drive, don't get out, somehow or another you got to do that. And I think that's something that not just your agency, but all agencies really ought to think about. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you. Representative Parkinson.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Of the money, let's say the rental assistance money, did we exhaust all of that money that we had available from the federal government, or did we end up sending some of that?
We had to send some of it back because the demand wasn't there. We left it open for quite a while and working through the vendors and so forth. And the demand was actually just not there.
And that's something that concerns me. To my colleague, the good Reverend Dr. Shaw, and to the chair lady, a lot of how are we getting the word out about that? Because I know hundreds right now that need rental assistance. And I remember when the conversation was coming up that this money was going to be sent back. What are we doing to actually get that information into the hands of the people that need it?
Like I say, I think there's some good suggestions that I've actually heard today in terms of using radio more, using newspaper more. And I certainly will take that back and talk with the executive director, Perry, to see if that's something, we can work with members to identify, the newspapers that would generate that type of advertisements where people can understand and see what's out there. Again, with the COVID related funds, we had a lot of folks that did apply, but they did not meet the requirements of the program. So it had to be sort of a COVID related type of an issue for that applicant. And we had some, according to the program folks, we had some applications that were really way out there, had nothing to do with COVID. So we had to work through a lot of that. But again, those that did qualify, we were able to help, but many of them just did not qualify. And we were talking with, the nonprofit partners, anyone we could talk to say this money is out there. We had our folks that reach out to the local governments and things of that nature, talking with people. And it is just, the demand was not there. I think a lot of states, if I recall correctly, they had shut down a whole lot of different things. And Tennessee was not one of those states that just completely shut down everything. So those states ran through that money extremely quickly. But Tennessee was not necessarily one of those type states. So that may have had something to do with that demand.
The challenge is that a lot of times these community partners that we lean on, they don't have marketing budgets either. And so, we're asking them to get the word out without sending them money to actually get the word out. And so that which is defeating the purpose. Let me ask you this: how much money did we end up sending back?
The amount of money that I recall, was it 140? I think it was something around 100 and I think it was around $140 million. But one of the things we were able to do is take some of that money and actually reallocate it to some of the areas such as Davidson County and others that had the capacity to utilize those funds. We just weren't getting that demand.
Right.
So we were able to reallocate it across the state as well. But then it was exhausted. No one else could really use it anymore, and so we had to turn it back.
But $140 million is staggering. But let me ask this: is there a reason we didn't try to get some type of waiver or be able to apply to repurpose that money, like we're doing with these other funds that you talked about earlier?
I think according to the requirements, if I recall correctly, if there wasn't if you didn't meet a certain spend down, you were required to return those funds.
Okay.
And so what we tried to do before we reached that point was try to reallocate throughout the state to see if anyone else needed those funds. And based on that, we were able to reallocate over $100 million for that purpose. And at that point, there was just no more demand for it. And it was, if you recall, we received it was like $900 and something million. So we received a whole lot of money for a very short period of time. And we tried to meet the spend down requirements, but the demand was just not there.
Okay. Thank you. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Representative Miller.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I'll try to make this brief. Mr. Ridley, I think you get an idea of where we were going, the passion and the concerns. Each of the members, go back to this $163 million that's in our coffers currently, correct? And God forbid if, in fact, we send any of these dollars back to the federal government. I think the cutoff date is somewhere, what, 27, whenever that is.
I think it's December 26 or 27, yes.
So you see where we are. So let's make the best possible use of trying to get the $163 million where it needs to go to the citizens of the state. No doubt about it. Because at the next budget hearings or even before then, hopefully you will be able to report to us on a continuous basis, Madam Chair, how these dollars are being used. And not that we got to come back at your next budget hearings and find out we sent 100 million back or 63 million back or whatever that case may be. Who is currently our legislative liaison for the agency?
That will be Jerry B. Height, I believe is his name.
Madam Chair, just a suggestion, based on our next presenters, could we recognize who the legislative liaisons for those agencies and departments are so we can see a face and put a name with that face? Thank you.
I have no additional questions. I don't think, but again, and please tell Mr. Perry that we did miss him today, but you all filled in admirably, and we understand his very valid reasons for not being able to be available today. But I think you can see from our line of questions and the concerns expressed here that we really would like to work with you and your organization to make sure that we just maximize this available funding for Tennesseans who, I know, and I know that there are more people out there with the need than we would have the dollars to expend. So it really hurts my heart to know that we have missed an opportunity to provide that sort of help for these folks. So anything that we can do to make sure we don't miss any more of those boats, we would certainly appreciate it. And we would entertain certainly from you all if there's something that we need to do legislatively or statutorily or something that would better enable you to meet that goal, then please let us know what that is. And I think we would be very open to that sort of discussion. But thank you again for your time. We continue to have a housing issue in my county, in most counties, if not all in the state and across the country. So this is a problem that's not going to be going away, and we just need to bring all the resources that we can to bear to address it. So thank you.
Thank you, Madam Chair.
Next up, we have the Historical Commission, and I would like to ask Director McIntyre and his team to move to it's not a hot seat, but it might be warm as other people have been sitting in it, but please join us up front.
Hit the button that says on. That's always the first order of business. Well, good afternoon, Chairman Hazelwood, Vice Chair Baum, members of the committee. I'm Patrick McIntyre, Director of the Tennessee Historical Commission. And with me today on my left is Holly Barnett, our Assistant Director for State Programs. To my right is Dan Brown, State Historic Sites Program Committee Director. We also have Tennessee Wars Commission Director, Program Director Nina Skall, Katie Dirksen, and our Outreach Coordinator, and two new positions that you all funded last year. Our staff attorney, Miranda Christie, is out there. She can raise a hand, and Bobby Cooley with our State Historic Sites Program. Also want to recognize that our chair, Dorita Coleman-Williams from Memphis, is here, as well as our vice chair for Middle Tennessee, Doris McMillan, and our Finance Committee Chair, Brad Grantham of Bolivar, is here. The Tennessee Historical Commission is entering its 105th year administering both state and federally mandated programs as Tennessee State Historic Preservation Office. It's a time of tremendous productivity for us. We've got well over $30 million in capital projects underway with our state historic sites, including Rock Castle State Historic Site in Hendersonville, where next month we'll have a groundbreaking for the $11 million visitor center that is there. Through grants, technical assistance, and outreach, we help thousands of Tennesseans a year conserve our state's irreplaceable historic resources. On the federal side, our office administered nearly $190 million in investment through qualified historic properties through our administration of the Federal Historic Rehabilitation Tax Credit Program in fiscal year '23. And there's another 200 million underway in projects planned or in the hopper there. Several of these projects are paired up with the Economic and Community Development Department's Historic Preservation Grant Program, which issued $9 million in grants to 30 projects last year. And we partner with ECD to review those grants on the front end, and also with the technical administration, because we ensure that they adhere to the Secretary of the Interior's preservation standards, which are our standard guidelines for historic buildings. The Federal Historic Preservation Grant Program has provided some $30 million in matching grants in Tennessee since it began, and our most recent grant round was announced about 2 months ago, and a total 1.1 million. I don't have time to go through those. You told me to keep it to 5 minutes, but it includes 60,000 to restore windows on the Perry County Courthouse in Minden, 29,000 to restore the Nance House in Rutledge and Granger County, and a whole bunch of sites in between. It helps directly 16 counties this year and more through our multi-county grants. On the state side, of course, you all know we have 17 historic sites with 110 buildings valued at well over 75 million. We've got a boost, as I said, this past year now that we've got a second position there, and our $500,000 annual maintenance fund is something that covers all the maintenance of these sites. We provide operating grants. I think there's a slideshow going on behind me. This is our first time at trying PowerPoint, so I hope it goes well, but you can see both our sites and some of the projects and things that we did over the past year. One of the things we're really proud of is that we've debuted a new state historic sites brochure, and it's the first of its kind in the state that has QR codes with clickable links to both 360-degree views and documentary-style vignettes. It's supposed to be the first brochure in the state that's like that, so I hope you'll take a look at that. I think Dan brought a few of those today. And of course, our most venerable program, which all of you love because it's in all of our counties, is our historic markers. There's over 2,000 of those, and we continue to add some of those last year, and some of those pictures are on the screen behind you. That program goes back now to the late 1940s. It's also the 30th anniversary of our Tennessee Wars Commission division, and as Nina Skall can tell you, that's an incredible amount of work that goes on there. Last summer, the Wars Commission was honored with by the American Battlefield Trust with their Preservation Organizational Excellence Award, the POHANCO Award, in recognition of the over 8,000 acres in historic military heritage sites that have been conserved as part of that program. The Wars Commission administers the Tennessee Civil War Sites Preservation Fund, which currently has $11.4 million in encumbered and proposed project awards. Of course, a program that you all helped establish and fund several years ago, our Historic Cemetery Program, is doing well. And this past year, we debuted a Tennessee Historic Cemetery Register, which is a way to have an honorary designation for our state's historic burial grounds. We're real proud of that because as part of the application, a lot of information is gathered about these places and as to prominent people, grave markers, history, et cetera. There's over 36,000 cemeteries now recorded in our database online. That's a major tool to help figure out where the cemeteries are, help when developers are buying properties, and our staff continues to do outreach, helping descendants, leading workshops, and he got an award this year for his work in Memphis. We have a capital budget request this year for 3 improvement projects at 3 of our state historic sites, $11.8 million for a restoration of the Ducktown Hoist House, Bora Bora Mine over there in Ducktown, Tennessee. $20 million proposed for a Marble Springs Visitor Center at the farm of John Sevier outside Knoxville, and then $1.1 million for parking and access improvements around the Alex Haley Home State Historic Site in Henning. So that's kind of a snapshot. I tried to keep it quick, and I have plenty of time for questions, and am anxious to hear from you all. Thank you.
Thank you, Director McIntyre, and we appreciate your brevity and the fact that we did have time for questions. I know there are several, and I'll begin with someone you're very familiar with, and that would be Chairman Whitson.
Thank you, Chair Lady Hazelwood. And again, welcome, guys. I appreciate so much what you and your team do for our state. My first question is it's not on my first one, is what's the most visited state historical site in Tennessee?
Well, that would be the Carter House State Historic Site in Franklin.
Okay,
Chairman Whitson.
And it's the second and third too, I understand, right?
Absolutely, even when it's closed.
And first, I'd like to just recognize a dear friend and a constituent and a leader in our community, Doris McMillan. Doris is an institution in Franklin. Her late husband and I we were members of the American Legion Post 215 in Franklin. Doris is just involved in the Land Trust of Tennessee, and Doris just makes our community so much better. And she is, and when I'm not doing right, Doris calls me. I'm telling you, emails me. So if you want to get on to me, go through Doris, okay? So,
Man, her phone must be busy.
pardon? Well, okay. Well, listen, my first question, or the questions I have, the Civil War Fund and Historic Property Land Fund both received a portion of realty transfer tax collections. Since FY19, there has been record growth in all collections, which resulted in record growth in both of these fund balances. First question. During the last year's hearing, you mentioned that a grant program was being established to help spend down the fund balance of the Historic Property Fund. But can you provide us an update on this grant program?
Yes, thank you very much. We're in the processes of developing that now, and it's actually going to be presented to the commission next month at the February meeting. Refers to the portion of the fund known as the Historic Preservation or Historic Properties Land Acquisition Fund. And so that fund grew, as you can see on your green sheets, came from being a healthy reserve to a rather healthy 9.9 million. There's a substantial part of that that's now encumbered because if you look at the enabling legislation, the primary purpose is to help do capital projects or to acquire historic properties at our level. And then a portion of that can also be used, which is a very exciting part for a lot of people, for capital grants to non-state owned properties. So 4.1 of that was encumbered by the commission to help cover the necessitated extra money that we needed for the Rock Castle Visitor Center. In October, there was a presentation about property around the Sparta Rock House, which is a site of ours, one of our state historic sites in White County. And we have a chance to buy a substantial, important part of the property around that. It actually contains the historic road trace. And so approximately 700,000 are encumbered from that as well. And then we've got some other things, and pending commission approval, we are going to present to them for consideration up to $2 million for this discretionary grant fund, the competitive grant fund that you're referencing, that would be something that the public could then apply for. And we've talked to other entities, including the State Museum, who got an allocation this year for some one-time spending, and we're just looking at kind of presenting a product. It's also very closely aligned with, as far as the scoring parameters, we align with our Federal Historic Preservation Fund program, which has been around for decades. So, so that's where we are on that.
Right. And you covered some of the, basically my next question. Is there any other capital projects or acquisitions that y'all are looking at using this fund that you know off the top?
That's one that I can discuss now because, again, the commission, it came up just last fall. This was a longtime landowner that sold all of the surrounding property around the Sparta Rock House State Historic Site, and including where people have traditionally parked since the 1940s, has been kind of through an access easement. So that's one that is actually out there. And of course, there's other places that may be acquired. I'd hate to get ahead of myself, but we will have no trouble pending commission approval. Obviously, they're the final say on it with finding ways to spend that money. It didn't get an infusion this year, and so as times are getting a little tighter, we need to make sure that we continue to have some kind of reserve for things like what I referenced with last year's issue, where they voted to put extra funding in to make sure that visitor center could be a reality in Hendersonville at Rock Castle. So,
okay. Well, thank you, Patrick.
Sure.
Again, thank y'all and all that came up today from Memphis to join us. And thank you, Chair Lady.
Thank you.
Chairman Moon.
Thank you, Madam Chair Lady, and I want to shout out to Dan Brown. Do we know where the smallest historic site is? Maybe in District 8, Sam Houston.
Oh, our smallest historic site.
Pulaski.
Yes, our smallest one, I guess, would be the Rock House, the one we're looking to
Not
add.
Sam Davis.
What?
Sam Davis.
No,
Well,
I correct
I
myself.
thought Sam Houston.
Sam Davis
Susan-
Memorial in Pulaski is
Okay.
actually our smallest.
Right.
Okay, you're right.
Well,
Yeah. it's,
The commission assists local communities who have or are seeking to establish local historic preservation program by becoming certified local government, CLGs. According to the commission questionnaire, there are currently 50 cities, towns, counties that are recognized as CLGs, with projection this coming fiscal year 52. Are there two local communities currently in process of becoming a CLG, or are you hoping to recruit those two?
Well, thank you, Representative. When I got to this position, there were 32, there's now 50. And so I think some of that's based on just the way that we've been able to grow that program. I think there's 56 or 57 communities that even have local historic zoning that, so we were only about 6 or 7 away.
You're right.
And Holly can add to this as well, but from having every community that has historic zoning be a certified local government. But yes, we have 1 or 2 applications that are out there and are kind of pending. And so just based on that, and we've had great staff support, we'd like to continue to grow that program so that every one of the places that has historic zoning will be enrolled in that. They get increased access to our federal grant funds. 10% of our federal funds have to go to that. And then also it just gets more technical assistance from our office. And it's something we encourage. We think that in terms of best practices for these local historic zoning commissions, they need access to these opportunities and additional training that we're able to provide and that sort of thing. So yeah, we're hoping that we get more communities online.
One follow-up, Madam Chair. How does the commission actively promote this? How do you get that word out?
We have, you want to handle that? I can handle it.
Yeah,
but
yes, of course.
you started it. Well, we have we split the state. We have 2 certified local government coordinators. So we promote that through letting people know that this is available through, success builds on success. Like I said, we got 50 of them now. So it's something that there's newsletters, there's trainings. Our folks go around the state. I think there's some pictures doing trainings and promote the benefits of being enrolled in this. And then we actively reach out, I think, to those communities that are not quite there. And Mr. Brown here was a former certified local government coordinator. He brought several online. So it's something that we take pretty seriously, and we're very proud of it.
Thank you. Chairman Kiesling.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you, folks, for being with us today. Patrick, I want to personally say thank you. There were times that I've reached out to you, the 2 or 3. You have been so responsive, and I appreciate that very timely. Thank you so much for that and your leadership there at the commission. As you all well know, we know you're involved with administering and overseeing the state's listing of of all our properties on the National Register. Now, in the slide, I'm looking at slide, I think it is 38. Slide 38 of your presentation states that 14 properties were added or have been added. However, your response to our questionnaire shows that there were 17 nominations. So I'll begin with the question. Question 1 was, does this mean that there were 3 apps that were denied?
Do you want to answer that? I think maybe some were
Is that
deferred.
to you, Haley?
Probably
I
may
think
want to
it may have been from when federal agencies prepare nominations. That's not, it's a separate process. So it
I
could have
don't,
been.
I'm sorry, I don't have the copy of the questionnaire in front of me. That I
Sure.
don't have, so I'll have to leave that up to you. I'm
And there
sorry, I
are
didn't mean to interrupt.
Oh, no, I'm sorry. There are times when, as Patrick mentioned, that nominations can be deferred and that the Park Service asks for more information, and that will be provided at the timetable of the applicant and then submitted to the Park Service and then listed on their, yeah.
I got it. Well, I was going to dovetail off of that to ask you which 3 were, or were denied. So again, you're
They
not
weren't
sure.
denied.
They were not.
Yeah, I don't believe we've had any that were
We
just
haven't
straight
had
out
denials,
denied.
no.
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right. Fine. Okay. Question 2. So how long does the process take from application to being officially listed? Can you give us an idea?
It can take up to a year, but because it is quite an intense document that requires a narrative history and architectural description, context. But it depends on how quick you prepare that. And our National Register process is on our state review board meets 3 times a year, and then there's a review period for the Park Service. They have 45 days to review. So It's basically all depends on when you get your nomination in, and it can be reviewed by the State Review Board.
So finally, so within that review period, does that mean you have a team that literally go out to look at these or meet with the locals that submitted this?
Yes,
Yeah,
yes.
okay. All right, very good. Thank you. Thank you again
Sure.
for your time. Lady, thank you. Chair Lady.
Thank you.
And I'd just like to echo, I had a recent opportunity to call the director, and you were very helpful. I've spoken with our folks, and I believe that we're on track. That marker is progressing through all of the process, and the Rotary Club in Chattanooga, which I'm a proud member, will
Great.
be getting a historic marker at some point soon. And that just kind of leads me, as we travel the state, and we all do in this body, we forever, you see a marker on the side of the road, but number one, I'm usually in a hurry. Number two, it's not usually a great place to pull off and read it. So when we talk about the brochure and the QR codes, is there any way to compile, the markers, what they say? Is that information available somewhere so I could go on my phone and say I'm on highway whatever, and there's a historic marker here, and what's that telling me? Is that information out there somewhere?
Thank you for that question, Madam Chair. That's a good one. And there are several websites out there that have tracked those. And we have talked about doing that in-house as well, just for our markers, because, but the information is out there. The issue is, of course, we don't have a monopoly on historic markers, so you're going to get local markers and other things as well. But for the most part, they are online through historic marker database. I think it's like hmdb.com, and there's another one out there I can't remember. But we have talked about the need to do that in-house just for our own markers. We formerly published books. We feel like the time is probably better spent if we had it in an online database. So that's something we're going to continue to look into, and I think we really should do that. Because for one thing, you could also maybe process through to the documentation files for those markers that have those. Some go back so far, as people used to say, they were written on napkins or passed around or something. But most of the ones, since the professionalization of the agency over the past 50 years, require documentation, sources, the same sort of reasonable things that you need to make sure that it's not just lore, so to speak. So it would be nice to have that and have those sorts of things accessible when you go and look at a marker. But you're right, because they're meant for the motoring public, a lot of times we're zipping by there and we can't really slow down, or it's dangerous to slow down. If you've been to several states like Texas, they have a sign up ahead that says historic markers up ahead. When you get towards one, you got to pull out. But I don't know that we could do that here. Then, the fiscal note on that might be pretty extensive. But so in lieu of that, I do think we
the
can.
safest traffic
Right.
plan either. So.
But thank you.
Chairman Hawk.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and to the folks with the Historical Commission, thank you for the work that you do. You all had met fairly recently in Greenville for one of the statewide meetings, and I appreciate that. It was celebration of the 200th year anniversary of the merging of the Dixon Williams families that give shout out to Susan Richardson Williams in Knox County, who was a big part of that and just did some tremendous work there. I'm asked frequently, being from a community with deep, rich heritage in Northeast Tennessee, I'm asked all the time, who should I go to on this particular issue to preserve this, to renovate that, to do that? And I always suggest you all. And we are limited. Our budgets are limited. And I'm not wanting my constituents to be frustrated.
Mm-hmm.
Is there some type of a reference that you can send to us as members of the General Assembly saying, all right, we don't work in this space, or we're so far backed up in this particular space, maybe try such and such, and not to move business away from you or move opportunities away from the Historical Commission here. But if there's something that you can brainstorm with us, and we thought about what we're doing with the cemeteries, the historic cemeteries has been tremendous. But if there's something on a national level that we could refer constituents to, I don't want to say above and beyond, but in addition to what we may be able to do here, they would be appreciated. So any type of reference that you could send to us, and that's a open-ended question or open-ended statement that hopefully will pique some interest and pique some thoughts from your organization to get some information to us. So thank you.
No, I appreciate that. Yeah, there's not a myriad and a universe of other places out there, but to the extent there is, we certainly have those references, can provide those, or some on our website. And, you have a robust nonprofit in your region of the state with, there's a Greene County Heritage Trust, there's a Heritage Alliance in Jonesboro, and we also have a preservation planner that is in that development district, I guess, working, that position still filled. And so
Yes.
we because we don't have field offices, but we fund preservation planners, they're kind of our eyes and ears out in the regions of the state, except for, the two or three that don't currently have those positions filled. So, but yeah, and as you know, I'm always available and I'm glad to brainstorm on things. And you're in such a great area of the state where there's such commitment and resources there. So we were just up there last month working on some stuff. So yeah, thank you.
Representative Miller.
Thank you, Madam Chair Lady, and thank you all for what you do. I'm on the historic site map, looking at that, and number one is the Alex Haley House Museum, and number two, Parker's Crossroad. And I was just thinking, Shelby County, and based on this site map, there's doesn't seem to be a historic site. And I was reading a little bit about Shelby County, which was established in 1819 and was named for Governor Isaac Shelby of Kentucky. It's located in the state of Tennessee within the continental United States. It is the state largest county, both in terms of population and geographical area. And again, looking at this map, have there been any applications coming out of Shelby County within the last few years saying we want to be designated? And if so, why not? What's going on in Shelby County?
Memphis has the most amount of historic resources listed on the National Register, in Shelby County anywhere in the state, and maybe the nation. We had a survey program for years that we funded, and so there's thousands of places. I think that you're referring to state-owned Tennessee Historical Commission sites, which are state properties that we administer versus the National Register of Historic Places. And so the number, what I'd like to leave y'all with is there's almost 45,000 places in Tennessee when you count contributing elements of a district listed on the National Register. So, and of that number, I will say it wrong, but there's several thousand in Memphis. And so it's well represented. It always has the highest number of historic tax credit projects, like the American Snuff Building at 76 million, I think, this year, which was paired with the ECD program as well, wasn't it? So, as well as the federal. So you all are champions of historic preservation in Memphis and Shelby County. I can assure you
Well,
that.
at least I learned who Shelby County was named after. The governor coming out of Kentucky. That's good.
Right.
Wonderful. Thank you.
Representative Shaw.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Along the same line as Chairman Hawk, Chairman Miller, but I'm just going to ask it this way. And thank you, Patrick, because you've been good to all of us always. If I had a constituent to call me and say, this is a site that we really need to recognize, what would be my next step? What would I do? Just go through this step by step for us so we'll know what to do when we get those requests.
Well, the first question usually is whether the site is listed on the National Register of Historic Places, and if it's not, whether it's eligible for the National Register of Historic Places, because so many things flow from that, which is grant eligibility for funding has to be a National Register listed. So if somebody's looking for that sort of general technical assistance, we can start at just, if you've got so what they call a historic building, just send it to us and we can help start getting the conversation moving. But, that's what we do all the time. You all are very good. And we just got a question from Bolivar yesterday that was handed through one of our commission members, and we funded some great things there, like just in the past 5-6 years, like the Sons and Daughters of Charity Hall and the county courthouse and things like that. So, but if someone is looking for information, help, assistance, I mean, that's what we're here for. So,
And we have a
Right,
our
website,
National Register
yeah.
website has a link to a viewer where you can check if you can search by address and see if your property is listed or a part of a district. And that can be a good starting point for anyone that's.
Okay.
If you haven't seen our website recently, it keeps getting updated. There's a lot of things we're adding the past year, frequently asked questions about the National Register program. Got a great team here that's really adding and making it more information friendly every day, so.
Well, we're going to depend on Brad Grantham to do that for us. That's why we recommended that he come work with y'all so he could take care of all that stuff for us.
Good.
Thank you.
Great. Thank you, Representative Shaw.
Representative McKenzie.
Thank you, Madam Chair. This question may cause you to have to knock the dust off of your memory banks and go back, because this is something that is old, I guess, and complicated. But at one point, a previous General Assembly had approved these real estate transfer tax monies to go for Civil War sites and Underground Railroad sites. So I don't, again, prior to me being here, but it sounds like, correct me if I'm wrong, it couldn't go for Underground Railroad sites because there's not a provision to consider them historical or on a national basis. Could you enlighten me a little bit on that?
No, you're very much correct. This fund could go for Underground Railroad sites, but there have not been any applications for them.
Okay. And just as a quick follow-up, could you send me the process for the application? I'm just curious and interested in that.
Sure.
Thank you.
Be happy to do that.
Director McIntyre and team, thank you so much for being here and bringing us up to date on what's happening with the Historical Commission. And as you mentioned, there's just a lot of history in Tennessee, and so it's incumbent upon all of us to make sure that we preserve it. I'd like for my grandchildren and their grandchildren to be able to see some of these sites and to understand how the state came to be. So thank you for your custodial care of our history.
Thank you so much. Great to be here. Take care.
We want to give these to somebody, these brochures.
We're going to invite the Arts Commission. To the front. Good afternoon and welcome. And I just want you all to know it's been very nice the last 2 or 3 presenters not to have to apologize for being delayed, because we have caught up. We are on schedule, as much on schedule as we tend to get. So, but thank you for being here. And without further ado, we'll just let you get into your presentation.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Is this on?
No.
Not sure.
One more time.
You there? Okay, thank you. Thank you, Madam Chair. My name is Ann Pope, and I'm Executive Director of the Tennessee Arts Commission. I'm joined here today with Ann Brown to my left, who's Associate Director of Grants, and to my right is Hal Partlow, the Associate Director of Operations. Thank you for the opportunity to present our budget today. The mission of the Arts Commission is to cultivate the arts for the benefit of all Tennesseans and their communities. Our requested our budget for FY25 is $21,047,600. The Arts Commission has submitted one cost increase for FY25 to increase the dedicated appropriations estimate by $6.6 million based on history, and to authorize the one-time use of $3.5 million from reserves for statutorily directed purposes. This request is for an increase for the dedicated appropriations estimate and does not affect general fund revenues. This request reflects the actual growth rate of 20% in FY23, plus an additional 12% for reasonable budgetary reach. The request also includes a one-time use of $3.5 million in reserves for statutory directed purposes and would help address increased demand for grant support to Tennessee communities, including rural communities. I'd like to give the committee a brief update on the Tennessee Nonprofit Arts and Culture Recovery Fund. The commission has obligated 100% of the funds for expenditure by December 31st, 2024. 79.7% of the $80 million has been awarded to 186 nonprofit organizations based on documented pandemic-related revenue loss. The remaining $300,000 is contracted to Horn LLP for ongoing grant monitoring. As of January 3rd, 24, 57.7 or 72% has been expended. 100% of the grants reported recovery fund grant funding was important for their organization's economic recovery, and that funding was vital as a part of for the organization to stay in business, as well as to continue to offer arts programming. As for our grants, the impact of our grants, the commission also distributed $9 million through our regular grant program to every county of the state through an open, fair, and competitive grant process. Altogether, the Arts Commission made over 1,000 grants to grantees in all 95 counties. Through a strong system of reporting and grants monitoring. Demand for grants continues to be high. We've provided the committee a list of the FY23 grants by county. This information speaks to the breadth and scope of the work of the agency. Throughout this presentation, you've seen examples of organizations, schools, and local governments that provide arts programming that are benefiting Tennesseans in all 95 counties. These programs use the arts as a strategy to improve quality of life, economic vitality, lifelong learning, health, and tourism across Tennessee, including in rural communities. A statewide study of the economic impact of the nonprofit arts and culture sector in Tennessee, released in October of last year, documents economic activity of $1.4 billion, audiences of 16 million, 24,000 full-time equivalent jobs, and over $345 million in tax revenue to local, state, and federal governments. I'd like to briefly highlight two of the Arts Commission's programs. The Commission's creative placemaking continues to be a focus of the agency, and demand remains high. Creative placemaking enhances distinct local character of Tennessee's towns for positive economic outcomes. The Rural Arts Facilities Fund, in its second year, helps rural communities build, renovate, or expand arts and cultural facilities. In June, the Commission and its partners concluded the Tennessee Person-Centered Music Program. This pilot project used individualized music as a tool for improving quality of life and health outcomes for residents in participating Tennessee nursing homes. Evaluation results were very positive, showing this program worked. Participating residents in nursing homes showed improvements in cognitive impairments, adverse behavioral symptoms, and overall quality of life. Results also indicated reduced use of antipsychotic drugs, and a result that was somewhat surprising to us. In participating nursing homes, they reported lower staff turnover rates and higher staff retention rates compared to national and state retention rates during this same time period. The Tennessee Commission on Aging and Disability has applied for funding to continue and expand this program. The Arts Commission continue its work with senior adults, partially funded by a new $95,000 national grant from the EA Michelson Philanthropy. I'd like to, on behalf of the Arts Commission, I'd like to thank and acknowledge the support of this body in providing funding and support that allows the commission to serve the citizens of Tennessee and strengthen Tennessee's communities through the arts. We're happy to address any questions the committee might have.
Thank you for your report. I know arts are, as we continue to deal with and we start to look at maybe tightening of budgets, unfortunately, the arts are sometimes on the top of the list of the cuts and the last of the list for the funding, but we appreciate that you have helped the state to move forward to incorporate arts all across the state, not just in our metropolitan areas, but again, the work that's been done in the rural areas, because art takes many forms and has many meanings. So, and it's just because you're not in a big city doesn't mean that you shouldn't have opportunities to be exposed to and to create art. So we thank you for the work that you do. Representative McKenzie, I believe you have a question.
Yes, thank you, Madam Chair. And this question is, there's been an increase in the sale of these specialty tags, which equals a increase in the amount that we can make available for some of our deserving entities. So, how has the commission utilized this available funding? For instance, has it opted to give larger sums to similar number of applicants, or to kind of increase the pool of applicants?
I would answer it sort of all of the above. I would say that our demand has never been higher. We had over 13 million in demand for our regular grant programming last year, which is the second year of the highest year ever. We've increased the number of grantees significantly, including those first-time grantees to the Arts Commission. And I would say it's happened all across the state. Additionally, we have also increased the amount, raised the maximum award that organizations can ask for across several of our grant areas. Those awards had not been raised in some instances in more than 10 years.
Representative McKenzie. Representative Sparks.
Thank you so much. Thank you, Chairman. Committee, sometimes we have these God wink moments, and I was asked to ask these questions, but before I ask these questions, I've got a sister in a nursing home. Some of y'all may have heard me talk about this. About 4 years ago, she was trying to escape the nursing home in a wheelchair. She had a traumatic brain injury, and I heard her singing a song, and it said, "Country Road, take me home to the place I belong." She was saying the words. I was really shocked to hear this because she didn't know my name, but she knew the words of this song. I thought, wow, this is remarkable. She knows the words of this song. I've never been an artsy person, music person like Chairman Faison or some of these others that have some skills that I don't. But I've got a bill also about music therapy, just a simple resolution to try to bring awareness to the importance of music, and whether it's veterans dealing with post-traumatic stress disorder, someone dealing with recovery, whether it's Amazing Grace, there's a strong story of redemption there. But here's the first question. During last year's hearing, the commission stated that it was looking for ways to sustain the person-centered music program after grant funding had concluded. How much does the commission estimate it would take to sustain the program?
We got the original grant request was the grant that was awarded using through the civil penalty monetary fund was $1 million over 3 years. It depends on the short answer to retain and expand the program. First of all, we have left in place they're in 78 nursing homes across the state that this program in its 3 years reached. The equipment's there. And the training is there ongoing that these nursing homes can continue that program. To expand it, that's a good question. It depends on the number of nursing homes. The Commission on Aging has applied for an expansion and a retention of this program to continue it through the Civil Monetary Penalty Fund. I believe the request is, do we know, for another $1 million to continue this program. We have learned that there is a indefinite hold on those funds while they look at that program on a federal level. So I don't believe they have an answer as to whether, when, or if that funding will be available to
Yes,
continue
ma'am.
the program.
Yes, ma'am. Well, I know this is important. Last year, my mother had passed away, and she was just ready to go, in a lot of pain, a lot of moans. And I played Amazing Grace with our iPad here. She was from Scotland with the bagpipes, and it was a case study for me. I just watched her, and I literally watched her moans calm down. I watched her breathing calm down. It worked, and the next day she passed away. And I've often said I never shed a tear because she was just ready to go. The next question: how did the commission select which nursing homes were chosen, and how the residents would participate in the program?
We had an open call, and we worked with our other partners, including the Tennessee Healthcare Association and a number of partners. We got the word out, and they had to sign, each nursing home signed a participation agreement to agree with certain things that they would do. But we did a call, an open call.
Yes, ma'am. Thank you so much.
Chairman Williams, I believe you had a request, or?
I was thinking maybe that Chairman Faison, since he's talented, might want to sing Country Road for us.
With that, I'm sorry, we've been here for a while today, so we apologize. But thank you for your presentation. And again, we do appreciate the work that you do to make arts available across the state, no matter where we live and no matter what age demographic that we're a part of. So thank you so much.
Thank you.
We would ask the Governor's Early Literacy Foundation. They're up next. Good afternoon and welcome.
Thank you so much, Madam Chair. Members of the committee, Happy New Year to you all. Even though we are in a new year, we are still facing some old challenges. One of the largest of those is literacy among our youngest students in the state. So wanted to share with you our request for this year. Over the last 20 years, and we are turning 20 this year, we've had the pleasure and opportunity to serve with the state of Tennessee and members of the General Assembly, as well as our state partners in providing Dolly Parton's Imagination Library to children from birth to 5 over the last 20 years. Over the last 5 years, we've expanded those services to serve caregivers and students in our kindergarten through 3rd grade years, which are those critical education years in which a child is transitioning from learning to read to reading to learn. The first request is related to our kindergarten to 3rd grade program. This is the 4th and final year that wraps up the final year. So in the past 3 years, we have done Rising First and 2nd, and then Rising First, 2nd, and 3rd this last year. This year, we're hoping to add in all of our Rising kindergarten students. We did a pilot this last fall, in which we served 32 school districts. We served about 10,000 students and almost 600 teachers. This next year, we're asking for a request to be able to take this program statewide. And what that involves is that every rising kindergartner in the fall that they arrive into school would receive grade-aligned, age-aligned, high-quality books and resources to help them in accommodating their first year in kindergarten as they're learning to read. And this runs about $2,750 per child for this program. The second part of the request is something that we've been providing to the state of Tennessee since 2020, and that is working with our children's teacher, which is their families and caregivers. We were serving about 270,000 caregivers. This was done in partnership with the Department of Education, and we had done this with ESSER dollars. So of course, those funds are going away, and that has given us the need to look elsewhere. That program will end in May of 24. We are asking for funds to be able to provide this program to pre-K through fifth grade students. And this is a text-based program called Ready for K that allows parents to get 3 texts a week that help them with practical tips, skills, and facts about their child's age and development to help them with everyday tasks to help that child in their learning and education journey. Also aligned with Tennessee's education standards. And then lastly, we've been working with the Spanish-speaking community in Knoxville, Granger, and Loudoun County, and looking at some of the issues that English language learners are facing as they look at literacy and discovering that they have some very unique challenges. We've been working with those communities to provide a pilot program this year to about 2,500 students in a case study to look at additional supplementary materials, books, and video resources to help teach Spanish-speaking families how to engage with their child around literacy and reading. We want to be able to take that program statewide, and we've estimated that at about $750,000 to be able to do that for every Spanish-speaking family in the state of Tennessee.
So as we wrap up our request, $3 million would complete the program that we began in the summer of 2020 as we began to service kindergarten through rising third grade students. And so with this request, we would be able to provide all of the children in the state of Tennessee books from birth through third grade, which would then begin to develop their home library, which we know is just a staple in a child's early literacy. $1.5 million for our caregiver engagement. This is a text-based program that engages families in associating fun activities along with the books that they're receiving and correlates together so that families are working on their literacy in a partnership with us. And then again, the Latino Community Project, that's $750,000. And we really want to take this statewide to help supplement the students that we see have additional barriers from increasing their literacy skill because they come from a non-English speaking family. Thank you.
Thank you. This General Assembly and previous General Assemblies have put a lot of resources, money, time, and all sorts of things into attempting to move the needle on early literacy. We have been less than extremely successful. So, and I think it's a moving target always. There are lots of reasons for that. But certainly anything that we can do, all the research shows that it's the early years that really make the difference. And it's sad to think that by 5 years old, a child could be behind and behind to the degree that it'd be very difficult to ever catch up and maximize their potential. So we are grateful for the work that you and your organization do, and grateful forever to our, my iconic Tennessean, Dolly Parton, for having the idea and being willing to put resources and her name and face on the early literacy project with the Imagination Library. So just glad to partner with her in that regard. Chairman Baum, I believe you on our list to kick off our questions.
Okay, thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you all for your work on literacy. You mentioned ESSER dollars, and I guess my question has to do with the caregiver engagement program. ESSER dollars had been used to finance that, But I guess as that source of funding has expired, you're requesting funding from the state. I think ESSER funding had been $1.2 million, and you're asking for state funding of 1.5 million. I guess my question is, maybe a set of questions. How many students does that help? And what would you do with the $300,000 increase?
Great question. So the 1.2 currently is serving about 270,000 caregivers. We have not, I think, hit our top number in terms of the number of caregivers that we could be serving. So some of that is in our VPK programs. We can be serving a lot of those parents, as well as some additional school districts that wanted to take advantage of it in the past but have not. So we see that additional $300,000, one, going to enhancements. We want to be able to work more closely with the Literacy Success Act and be able to align to Tennessee education standards to send customized text, not just standardized text to families. So this would be Tennessee-specific materials that would go to about 325,000 families across the state.
Okay. And you mentioned the Literacy Act, where we have important tests that students take between the 3rd and 4th grade. Can you think of ways that this caregivers engagement program could be used to, I guess, promote literacy at that juncture?
Absolutely. I think one of the most important facets of literacy that often gets overlooked is a child's home life. If a parent or a caregiver is a child's first teacher, they're going to have the preponderance of time with that child. If we can give them basic, easy, understandable skills that they can do without any specialized resources, I think we'll see an uptick in a child's vocabulary building, identification of letters and numbers, and then ultimately proficient reading.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Madam Chair Lady. Last year, the foundation received $3.3 million in funding for the summer home library program. And I'm reading here that it said that there was 32 school districts involved and also some charter schools. This year, you're all requesting another $3 million. How many additional students do you think you can handle with this $3 million?
Yeah, I think we would see another 84,000 students served through that program. So each year we have done this consecutively. In 2020, the discussion was maybe we should do rising kindergarten through 3rd grade all in 1 year. And we had decided to spread it out over a 4-year period. So this is just the 4th year iteration of adding statewide rising K. So about 84,000 students.
The summer home library program, expanding into the kindergarten statewide, what will be the goals of the foundation to work towards? What do you want to accomplish by doing so?
Yeah, and there's a number of things. One of the things that we know as a state is that we do not have an evidence-based kindergarten assessment. We know that the Niswonger Foundation and Ballad Health are working on piloting in 9 rural counties an evidence-based kindergarten assessment. So what we want to do is use the information that we have from Imagination Library from birth through 5 years old and this rising K data to be able to look at, do we see an uptick in children that have participated in this program as opposed to those who had not, and benefiting and seeing those kindergarten readiness scores go up.
Thank you all. Thank you, Madam Chair Lady.
Representative Barrett.
Thank you, Madam Chair. My question relates to digital books, specifically in relation to the uptick in costs of sending or mailing the actual books. I think there's like a 5-cent increase, if I understand that correctly.
Yes.
And so with that increase, have you all looked into any digital options for sending that? And would those digital options be cheaper? How would that work?
Yeah, it's a great question. There's actually 2 sides to this. The first is, when is it age appropriate for a child to be on a digital device reading? And by the time we get to grade school, that begins to open up a little more broadly than your birth to 5 children. It's often assumed that if we send it digitally, it's going to be cheaper, but there's often a lot of publishers' rights and digital rights that go along with that. So you actually are paying per copy, and sometimes it can be an equivalency or sometimes more expensive. we're leveraging the work that we've done with Scholastic over the last 3 years to put some pressure on some of our vendors to look at reducing those costs and then potentially being able to deliver some of these resources digitally for our kindergarten through third grade students.
Thank you. Madam Chair, if I may continue. You mentioned Scholastic. Have you looked into see if there are any alternatives to Scholastic as a vendor? Are there any other vendors
have.
out there?
We've done some due diligence, and Scholastic has more ability to get into more publishers and publishing houses. So we get sort of a wholesale ability to do that. And our pricing on this is probably better than anyone in the country is able to get right now.
Okay, thank you.
Then McKenzie.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And this, I may have asked a similar question last year, and I really appreciate what you all are doing and trying to make sure that we're getting our children where they need to be before and now through, that difficult time, third, fourth grade. But in terms of your success in getting the books into the hands of the newborns or, the pre-Ks, I guess I call them. I know we deal with a transient kind of population. What's your success rate or return rate at books, they moved or they moved twice and it didn't get forwarded? What does that look like?
Yeah, we're tracking anywhere from about 2 to 3% of the total population would be because of transiency or address changes. What we've done is we work with each of our county affiliates to make sure that they're cleaning their mailing list each month and running it through the national database to make sure they have up-to-date addresses. For books that are not recovered, a number of counties have agreements with their post office to buy those books back. That does come at an additional cost. It's one of the benefits of the kindergarten through third grade program that we have is that we have priority shipping and it all comes back without any additional cost. So there's 100% retention of all those resources.
Thank you. And my second question is just trying to get a feel for what your caregiver engagement program looks like. I see you send out texts to try to give tips and tools to the caregiver, but is there any hands-on training information that what happens?
Yeah. So one of the things that we are doing as a part of this enhancement, and I have my program director with us sitting in the audience, we're working with school districts to look at how to leverage their caregiver work along with this program so that there's reinforcements of what's happening through these texts. We're also working with some of our statewide partners to do in-person events. So I know that Literacy Mid-South and Memphis First Aid recently did an event where they brought in 350 caregivers, announced that this was a resource that was available, and then did some hands-on training and modeling of what has come out of our caregiver engagement work.
Thank you. When we're talking about caregiver engagement and some of these other programs, they make common sense if you encourage caregivers to do these things, and hopefully at least some of them will respond and you'll get a positive outcome. But do we have any methodology? Do we have a control group versus those who do participate, who actually respond, and make the efforts that are suggested?
We do a parent survey, so we do have some firsthand accounts of parents' comments about how they have used those resources. I'd be happy to share that with the committee so that you get a sense of that. We have not used a control group. We wanted to make this available to everyone, so we didn't choose folks that had opted out to see if there was a difference in those that didn't use it as opposed to those that did.
It's just very difficult, I think, sometimes for us to really measure, the impact of some of these programs. So anything that would help us get a handle on that, I think we would appreciate.
If I could respond, one of the things that we will be doing this year is really looking more heavily at research across all of our programs. So we'll be engaging with Tennessee universities to put some rigor around the outcomes that we're having. So caregiver engagement will be one of those things we'll be looking at. How do we start to measure those outcomes?
Great. Leader Camper, I believe you had a question.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you for being here. Good to see you.
Good to see
Madam
you.
Chair, we were in Leadership Tennessee together. Question on homeschool students, are they able to take advantage of this? And how would they get in the program if they want to, especially the Imagination Library piece?
Yeah, Imagination Library is available to every child in the state. For the kindergarten through third grade programs, we have been working with the school districts and charter schools. The next foray will be looking at how do we begin to work with some of the homeschool co-ops, and how do we make that more broadly available to all children.
Okay, thank you. That was my only question, Madam Chair.
Thank you. Chairman Hawk.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And with your indulgence, since we do have a few moments, I wanted to brainstorm some, and we're working in a really important space. And I was here when we started the Early Literacy Foundation, the Books to Birth. Dolly came and read to us all, so I was here and fortunate when that all began, and have seen such great outcomes from that. And I'm hearing we're starting to work with the older child as they're first, second, third grade, and trying to improve outcomes there as well. So kudos to us and to you. That's great. Let me go outside that space a little bit. I'm thinking about, as I'm hearing my colleagues talk, the adult learning, some of the challenges we've got adult learning. And I have no idea. I don't know what the curriculum is. I don't know what's out there, but I do know some of these adult learning programs, the adult learning centers that I've got in my district and adjoining my district are doing some good work. But is there a way that we can identify those individuals and send them some materials that might help at an adult learner level? And again, I know it's apples to oranges, but just to put that on your radar screen, and possibly that's how good ideas can come about from our discussion today. Thank you. I'm looking forward to hearing what you say.
Yeah. We have a program called SELECT, which stands for the Statewide Early Literacy Education Collaborative of Tennessee. It is a collaborative of about 100+ organizations working on literacy across the state. This year, we'll be putting out a statewide map called TELL. It'll be a early literacy landscape to be able to see all the literacy resources that are available statewide. Our goal will be then to expand those things so that there will be some adult resources on there, so that folks looking for those in their county will be able to find where those resources are located, be able to go right to the website and access them. Yeah.
All right. I have no other questioners on our list, so thank you, and we appreciate that this is one of the prongs of the many-pronged approach that we're trying to bring to bear on the problem of literacy in Tennessee. And as one of my colleagues alluded to earlier, the fact, we all have been taught ad nauseum about the correlation between those who can't read at third grade and our prison system. So anything that we can do to improve that, I look forward to all of these efforts, the additional dollars that we've placed in education in various ways, but I look forward to the day that we can see on our test scores and some other things that we're getting a return on that investment. But for every child who is helped by one of these books or this program, that's another child that whose life has been changed. So thank you all for taking that task on.
Thank you for your time and consideration.
Next up, we have our Sports Wagering Advisory Council. So Director Thomas and team.
I can, or do you want Alex to? I'll do this.
Okay, we're going to take odds on who gets the last chair. And
I know, so much room up here. Thank you. Thank you very much for having us here today. I'm Mary Beth Thomas, the Executive Director of the Sports Wagering Council, and I have with me Alexander Warrens, our Chief Financial Officer, Stephanie Maxwell, our General Counsel, Grant Crossley, our Controller / Audit Director, Randy Bechtel, our Director of Investigations and Sports Integrity, and Tara Rika Murdoch, our Chief Compliance Officer.
Welcome all.
Thank you. So I had a longer presentation, but I know you guys have had a long day, and I tried to shorten it down because I also noticed that you had quite a few questions for the other presenters. So I am glad to answer as many as you have. And if I have not covered something fully, please let me know. Please feel free to interrupt. Before I get into the content of our budget presentation, I want to begin by saying that we are not requesting any additional spending authority, or positions for the coming year, and that our operating expenses are funded solely through licensure fees and registration fees paid by sportsbooks, their vendors, and fantasy operators. We are still fairly new, so I will give you a little bit of info about who we are. As y'all know, we started as a state agency in January 22. We have 9 members that are evenly dispersed throughout the 3 grand divisions and are appointed by the governor, lieutenant governor, and speaker of the House. And although they're required to meet 4 times a year, they meet much more regularly, every 6 to 8 weeks, perhaps. They are so valuable to our state, and they have devoted so much time learning about this industry and really understanding what they need to do to be the best counsel overseeing our staff and making sure we're doing the right thing to protect the public interest. So the council is responsible for regulating both online sports wagering and fantasy sports in Tennessee. And really, at its core, it's an agency that's designed, as I just mentioned, to protect the public health, safety, and welfare of Tennesseans. This is really a big task, given that we currently have 12 licensed sports books that have taken in $10.5 billion in wagers in Tennessee since legalization, 52 registered vendors, and 12 licensed fantasy sports operators. Based on the information we have available to us, we estimate that between 1.5 and 2 million people wagered in Tennessee in the past 12 months. And sports betting activity continues to grow. The next 2 slides that I'll just show you very briefly shows the overall growth in wagering activity as well as privilege taxes collected through November 30th, 23. We were asked to prepare this information for the funding board, and we get a lot of questions about it, so I thought I would show it to you guys too. The slide shows you the breakdown of the distribution across, that's good. The distribution according to the statute, which is 80% to the Tennessee Education for Lottery account, 15% to the local government bodies, and 5% to the Department of Mental Health. And I also brought you all and I'll give it to you after this, but individual breakdowns of what each of your districts. I guess I just scooted back too far. Sorry. Is this good? So overseeing the timely and accurate collection of these privilege taxes is just one part of our overall regulatory function. Our work can really be broken down into 3 core functions: licensing, compliance, and enforcement. And fleshing these out a little bit, that means that on a day-to-day basis, we have a team of investigators, auditors, accountants, lawyers, technology specialists, and licensing analysts who perform functions such as background vetting and investigation of licensees and registrants, which includes not only traditional background review, but things like a deep dive into platforms and technology and internal controls. Our audit, accounting, and tech teams perform scheduled audits of licensees to ensure compliance. And they also assist with matters ranging from investigations of cybersecurity issues, sports wagering market integrity issues, protection of player accounts, reserve balances, making sure those player funds are protected. We work closely with law enforcement to refer criminal matters. Excuse me. And we also implement disciplinary action in the form of civil penalties when needed for violations of the law and rules. We serve as the arbiter of player disputes and assist players in resolving issues that they might encounter with sports books. So far, we have been able to resolve those issues without having to have a full contested case in front of our council. We've been able to just have, good communication with the sports books and get those issues resolved. And we also engage with schools, leagues, players, and the general public to encourage the underlying integrity of sports betting and responsible gaming and to prevent unauthorized activity. So this past year, we had several goals, and I won't read all of these to you, but our first year was really hectic, just getting up and running. this past year, we've really refined our processes and procedures, our internal controls. We had some great assistance or visit, I should say, from the comptroller's office, where we really looked at everything that we were doing, and that was valuable to us. And we learned a lot through that process. We had some legislative changes that helped us make sure that we could enforce the law and that it was clear and easy to understand for those operating in our space. We have now built out our staff, and we just have one position that really is going to be an accounting or investigative position to further support our efforts moving forward on compliance and investigation. So we worked within the budget that we were given last year very well, and we were really under budget last year. This coming year, we would like the same budget spending authority. And I think that as we fully staffed up now, we're going to be closer to spending what we are allocated for our spending authority. At the same time, in years past, there has been we've had more collections in licensure fees and fees and at both initial and renewal fees than I think we'll have moving forward. So it seems like we're probably going to even out right about where we need to be with the 6.25 million spending authority. You all may remember last year, the General Assembly revised our fee structure so that initial applicants pay what has historically been the licensure fee of $750,000. And now it's a tiered fee structure. So licensees that have a smaller amount of annual gross revenue pay half of that. That will not impact our budget. It will just impact the excess that has been contributed to the Tennessee Promise. As I mentioned before, anything that we don't use, whether that's our spending authority or just money that's not used below our spending authority, goes to the Tennessee Promise. So we this year have the statute changed to allow us to have a 10% reserve to help plan for the future if we have licensees that do not renew. And so we have a cushion moving forward. So all of that is to say, we are continuing to really dig into our compliance, our licensing, all of our great work that hopefully everybody thinks we're doing a good job. We are certainly trying to represent the interests of Tennesseans and make sure that we have licensees that comply with the law. So with that, I would entertain any questions.
Thank you, Ms. Thomas. We do have questions, and I begin with Leader Cochran.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and we appreciate your testimony today. Wanted to ask a few questions on privilege taxes, and just to give a little bit of background. Tennessee initially, we imposed a 20% privilege tax on the adjusted gross income of sports betting operators. Last session, though, legislation passed that changed this to a 1.85% on the adjusted gross handle of transactions. So according to your presentation, you were estimating a small dip in annual privilege tax collections for 23-24, with gross handles and privilege tax collections growing after that, right, in future years. So let me ask the first question, then I'll have a few follow-ups. Presentation, it estimates a 10% growth in betting activity over last fiscal year and a conservative 5% growth rate in future years. Is there an industry standard for annual growth in betting activity? And then if so, how does Tennessee's growth compare to betting activity in other states?
That's a great question. And there really is not an industry standard. In fact, when we were preparing our presentation for the State Funding Board, that was the first thing we did, was to try to look at every other state and see, okay, can we track what they've done from year 1 to year 2 to year 3? And because of the vast differences in laws across the country, some states have only sports books that operate in land-based casinos. We in Wyoming are the only states that are online only. Some states have very different tax structures. Some have really different rules about wagering markets. It is not comparing apples to apples. You can't compare it that way. And that was our first step. So I can't tell you the average. I can tell you that it's new everywhere because 2018 was really the start of sports betting across the country overall. So we can't look at, 20 years of growth anywhere.
Okay. Madam Chair, just a couple other follow-ups, if that's okay. When it comes to operators, has there been or are you anticipating an increase in sports betting operators this year?
We're really anticipating staying around 12. Yes.
Okay. And then how does Tennessee compare with other states in terms of just of tax structure and then the ease of doing business in this sector? Do you have a general lay of the land on that?
Well, I think, and we hear from our operators that we are an easy state to do business in. I think one of the things that Tennessee one of the benefits to sports books that want to operate in Tennessee is that they don't have to have an agreement with a casino to do business. So that saves them quite a bit of money to not have that licensing agreement with a casino. We also, I think, because of our staff being focused solely on sports betting, it allows us to really, unlike some states that have a gaming commission that focuses on land-based and tribal casinos and all of that, we're focused on one thing. And so if they need something, we're able to be on the phone with them that day, and it's not a lot of red tape.
Great. Thank you.
Yes, absolutely.
Representative Garrett.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you all for being here today. We really appreciate your time. My question is going to center around fantasy sports. I know that it's been transferred from the Secretary of State's office to you guys, and I didn't know if that had any impact on your operations. How have you accommodated taking over the fantasy world? If you could enlighten the committee on that, I would appreciate it. Then I've got a couple of follow-ups, Madam Chair.
Absolutely. Yes, sir. So fantasy sports, we have, I think, seamlessly integrated it into the work that our current staff is doing. When the Secretary of State's office sought to combine the two programs, really it was based on the efficiencies that could be generated by combining our team that was already working on, background reviews and platform reviews and all of the things, and similar operators. Some fantasy operators are sportsbook operators that we license. So instead of asking for the positions that the Secretary of State's office had to transfer over, we just assumed it with existing positions. And we have added that to our regulatory function, and it's going great.
So you aren't anticipating any issues by taking over that certain division in the sports wagering world?
No.
Good.
Yes.
Good. Okay. You mentioned that towards segues into my second question about this industry is relatively new. 2018 is, gosh, it seems like it was forever ago, but it's not been too long ago, about 6 years ago, for an industry to track, right? And obviously we had huge growth from the beginning because we had no operators, and your slide there was very telling that 145% growth, and that's a lot of the revenue. But then we're kind of trickling off. I think you mentioned that you had 52 operators. If that's the did I remember that?
52 vendors. Those are the support entities that work with sports books.
Gotcha. How many licenses do we have currently now with the Sports Wagering Council?
We have 12 sports books.
And with either the integration of the fantasy world that you now cover, do you see or anticipate a growth in this particular space over the next 5 or 10 years?
I think that there will be, well, first, let me just make sure I said correctly. We have 12 sports books and 12 fantasy operators, so 24 total. Although there are 2 fantasy operators that also hold a sports betting license, but they have to have separate licenses. So you can treat them separate.
Can you enlighten me in the difference between the two? The difference between the 24 license, the 12 and 12. What's the difference between the fantasy versus the sports wagering? What is the difference between those two?
Well, with sports wagering, a player is betting against the sports books. They set odds and you decide what you want to bet on, whether it's the final outcome of a game or betting which team will score, cover the spread or whatnot. With fantasy sports, you are betting on the outcome of accumulated statistics. So if you have a player who you will have a team, you're playing against other players. You're not playing against the house if you're a fantasy sports player, and you are assembling a team of different players who may or may not be on the same team or may or may not, in some instances, be doing the same type of sport. You are doing a fantasy team. And so that is determined, the outcome of that contest is determined on how you do compared to your other players you're playing with on my contest.
Great. Thank you for that. My final follow-up question is not necessarily related to this, but a general question regarding, and correct me if I'm wrong, but I support this legislation, even though I've never even actually bet on really anything. I've never done it. I don't want to lose my money. Right. And so I've never done this. And so, but there was a portion of it that went towards folks. I mean, we know there can be an addiction to gambling and there can be some issues as it relates to that instant gratification of winning, whether it's $5 or however much you can win in any given time. Right. And again, since this industry is relatively new since 2018, do any of y'all, can y'all enlighten the committee on what are you seeing if there are folks that are getting trapped, they're getting taken advantage of, that are utilizing the funds that we set forth, that are seeking the help if they do end up getting a problem as it relates to not only this world, but really any gambling world that I would be concerned about for any constituent that could get wrapped up in this world and all of a sudden they don't have anything and it's because of their gambling addiction. What can you provide the committee for an insight of what we're doing to help identify that and prevent it?
Absolutely. So there are several components to that. First, as you know from our presentation, 5% of the privilege tax that's collected goes to the Department of Mental Health for responsible gaming initiatives. And the Department of Health completely oversees that money. They run what is called the Tennessee Red Line, which is a phone number that can be called by anybody who has problems and wants to be referred to a network of providers. They work very closely with the University of Memphis Gambling Clinic, which is actually a really well-known, nationally respected gambling clinic. And they are not only able to provide in-person services, but they are developing a telehealth. They have telehealth available, but they're developing a more robust website that allows people to get more instantaneous help through a website, which is great. And they're building a program in East Tennessee through ETSU and working on one in Middle Tennessee as well. So what we do is we have standing meetings with the University of Memphis Gambling Clinic to talk about what they're seeing and how that aligns with what our rules require as far as our sports books and their responsible gaming initiatives, and how we can best draft our rules to make sure that we're actually requiring things that will help people who want to have treatment options get treatment or identify problems. So that's how we work with them. Sports books are required to have very easily accessible opt-out for exclusion totally, if you want to totally be banned, self-banned from a sports book, both from an individual sports book or everyone in the state. And if a player opts to use the option of every sports book in a state, our office then manages that integration so that we make sure that every sports book gets notice of it. And sports books also are required to, or this is not, this part is not part of the self-exclusion, but they have cool-off periods they can offer and limits that can be set. So there are protections in place. Now we continue to learn every day what we can tweak and do better.
Awesome. Thank you very much for that. That's helpful. Thank you very much.
Chairman Hicks.
Thank you, Chair Lady. Director Thomas, it's good to see
You
you
too,
again.
thank you.
Good to see your staff with you. Just a couple of questions, and then I'll get into the other questions that I'm going to ask. But so tell me again, so how much total did Tennesseans wager online? Can you give me that number again?
Yes. So, and I should say, it's actually people who are in Tennessee, if you capture everyone in Tennessee, because if somebody's in Kentucky before they just legalized it earlier this year, they came across the border to do it. So
Okay.
since inception, now with our just hot off the presses December numbers, about 10.5 billion.
Wow. So that's since,
So that would have been since the first sports books went live in November of 2020.
okay, so how about the previous year? Do you have that?
Yes, I do. Previous year, ending 2023, so fiscal year 23, 3.9 million.
And of that, how much revenue does the state bring in? Let's just say fiscal year 23. How
Sure.
much?
82.2 million in privilege tax. And then, of course, the licensure fees. I think for that year, there was approximately over our budget, we transferred, I think, 8 million to the Tennessee Promise.
Okay. So that was 8.2 million, is that what you said?
82, oh, excuse me, to the Tennessee Promise, yes, 8.2.
Okay. Okay. So changing gears just a little bit. So talk about cybersecurity. So what are the sports books, the fantasy sports, what are they required? Is there any requirement as far as cybersecurity to make sure that data is kept private?
Yes, there are multiple requirements. So that's actually a big part of our licensure process. Sports books have to have certain internal controls related to cybersecurity. They also have to have a third party do a penetration testing, and they have to submit that report to us so that we know that they are doing what they're supposed to do. They also have to have a platform assessment that tests all of these internal controls that sort of work hand in hand with strictly cybersecurity matters. And anytime they make a technological change, our office has to be informed of it. And we, depending on what level it rises to, ask them to recertify that to ensure that they are protecting players. Now, we've also recently enacted some rules that require some additional cybersecurity, less so in the way I think of what you're thinking of about maybe somebody hacking in and get it, but more so with some things that we see where, there's a password list out on the web, the dark web somewhere, and somebody will just do what's called credential stuffing and go in and try that password. They'll get a list of potential ones. Maybe they try my children's names or whatnot. And once they get in, they will go in, change your password, change the email address where you get notifications or your phone number, and then they change the withdrawal method. So that money that's going in can just go to the bad guy. So we now have additional requirements that require multi-factor authentication, things like your face or a text message that you verify saying it's you. If you do anything like withdraw funds, change your information and things like that. And we also have, I'll just say this one last thing. We also have cyber insurance requirements that licensees are required to have.
Okay. And then as far as the council, does the council house any sensitive information?
Well, we have the applications that we have they contain confidential information. Yes.
Okay. But as far as users, that's more of on the sports books, that's more the company end. But as far as users, no sensitive information is required from? council?
We don't collect.
Okay.
No.
Okay. All right. Thank you very much. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Chairman Hawk.
Thank you, Madam Chair. We got a twofer with the Thomas family today, so thank you. We saw your husband earlier today.
I saw him. He did a great job, I thought.
Well, good. I'm glad you were watching, making sure of that.
Mm.
I want to elaborate a bit on where Chairman Hicks was going, and I was doing some quick math as we were talking about that, and the slide number 4 is very informative in terms of what Chairman Hicks was just talking about. The $9.5 million in privilege taxes for the month of November is the highest. My math tells me that's over $500 million in wagers that have been going on. And that's a staggering figure when you just told us since inception, over $10 billion have gone through the program. And for some reason, I'm not sure what the rational basis was, why we decided to reduce the $750,000 a year fee down to a sliding scale of $375,000 potentially is interesting. The question is, are these sports books, these 12 sport books, are they required to share the amount of winnings that are paid to our citizens in the state of Tennessee?
So our sports books, we have access to any data that we would like to see as far as their wagering activity. And under the prior tax structure, our accounting team had to do a monthly reconciliation of their wagers and payouts in order to make sure that they were accurately reporting, because the privilege tax was calculated based on winnings minus payouts and some adjustments for a few things. So when the tax structure changed to be a tax on the total amount of wagers that come in, not considering payouts, we, in order to not use our staff time on something that wasn't required under the statute, we did not do a monthly reconciliation of wagers and payouts. Instead, we do a reconciliation of the wagering data and the adjustments in order to calculate the privilege tax. So we have the ability to audit that. And as part of our audit program, we can see what information we need, but we don't on a monthly basis collect it the same way that we used to.
Chairman Hawk.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And just to follow up on that, I'm wondering if it would be informative to this body to know exactly how many dollars are leaving Tennessee through taxpayer losses, through citizen losses, and how many dollars are staying in and being churned through the wagering system. And I understand you've not requested any budget increase, but in the days, years to come, I think that might be some information that would be valuable to us as we look at setting these potential fees in the future. And I understand we want to be competitive with other states, and now that we've gotten into this business, it is a business, and we need to recognize that. And I'm thinking of full disclosure. And if you could, in your free time, maybe run a few numbers and find out if what that would take with extra staff, if we can get that information, or if someone in the comptroller's office can look more closely at that information. I just want as many of disposable dollars from Tennesseans to stay in Tennessee and be reinvested here as possible. So hopefully my point was understood, and I would like to have a follow-up conversation about this.
Absolutely. I think that would be, I'll come visit you and make sure I know exactly what you want.
Representative Miller.
Thank you, Madam Chair Lady. And Madam Chair Lady, one of the disadvantages of being called 6th, 7th, or 8th out of everyone is that all of the good questions have already been asked, right? So I just got to follow up on Representative Hawk. Sports betting is a success in Tennessee based on its inception 2021. $10 billion in wages since 2021. And as Representative Hawk said, by our taxpayers who are gamblers. $82 million in revenue. Is that the amount that has been generated by the state of Tennessee
For the last fiscal year.
for the last fiscal year? What about the total since its inception, 2021?
Rough number, about 150 million.
150, and that's out of the 10 billion. Is that correct? Just a general question. If we wanted to increase our revenue intake, let's say double that next year, and then it'd be 300 million or 400 million, how would we do that?
Well, that would require an adjustment to what you charge the sports books in some way, either in their tax or licensure fees.
Would that be the only way, in your opinion?
Well, that's the only thing that comes to mind.
Okay, so that would take legislations to change the fees.
Yes. I'm trying to
Okay.
think if there's something I'm missing that I'm not thinking of.
$10 billion is a lot of money. that's
I know.
huge.
Yep.
But 150 compared to that, I'm wondering if the state is being, I don't know. We can do better. We should figure out how to do better. And it goes back again to what Representative Hawk is saying. How much of that $10 billion, obviously, is taxpayer dollars, Tennessee taxpayers? I would love to know if we could potentially find out what were the winnings, what are the winnings of our taxpayers? What's leaving the state? Can we figure this out? Can you figure this out?
And so okay, maybe I'll come visit with you too about this, because when you say what's leaving the state, you mean what are the,
$10 billion is wage. What are the winnings?
Mhm.
You know, what are the winnings? Right. If Tennessee taxpayers are gambling, they're waging on whatever, are they winning? And if they're winning, kind of how much of the betting 10 billion? So what are they winning? Does that make any sense?
I hear you.
Okay. Transparency is important. We want to know.
Chairman Moon.
Thank you, Madam Chair Lady. And I'd like to go back to the very beginning. Did this not come about when Congress said sports wagering was legal in all 50 states? States, you can control it, tax it, divide up the revenue, or you can do nothing, and some other state can take that from Tennesseans. That's my question, Madam Chair.
That is correct.
And you had mentioned earlier in your presentation, I think there's a question about how many of the sports betting companies and how many we expected. And you said, I believe 12, and you expected that number to remain the same. Is that the same 12, or is there flux in who's coming in and out? And I assume there's a cost associated with vetting and contracting and, all of those things. And if that is indeed, they're not the same 12 all the time. I know it's very early to tell, but what kind of, time commitment are we seeing from these companies?
Well, that's a great question. So we looked at sort of the tracking of how the sports books have progressed throughout the time that we've been the regulatory body. And we've had ebbs and flows. We've had new ones come in. We've had ones that have been in existence roll off. You're right, there is a cost, a staff cost of vetting them and ensuring that they are operating appropriately. I don't know that it really matters too much if they're new or renewing, because we do such a thorough review both on renewal, and it's close to the same as it is on the initial application. And as new personnel come into the sports book and as technology changes, they have to update that with us, and we have to review that as if it's a new product anyway. So I don't know that, and maybe I'm misunderstanding your question, but the time commitment of having a new sports book come in. Yeah.
No, but I do understand. I guess one question would be, is this, do we do an annual contract? Are they updated annually?
Yes.
But I guess my question is more along the lines, which it's too early to tell, but if you get a company that we have a contract, how many of them are renewing? How many of them are maybe looking at Tennessee and saying, we didn't do as well financially there as we expected, so we're not going to go through that process and renew there again? That's where I'm trying to go.
Yes. So we have had 2 sports books decide not to renew. The first one was a sports book that decided not to renew because it was stopping all sports book operations and focusing on horse racing. The second sports book is winding down operations, and it decided to pull from numerous states and is really focusing on 2 or 3 remaining states. I think that even though there are some sports books that have, a lot of name recognition, we're always going to have, even when one leaves, we're going to have an entrepreneur who says, I would like to go try to start a sports book in Tennessee, because we do, compared to other states, have a fairly low licensure fee, and we don't have the obligation of having a casino tie. So that saves them money, and they're able to start without as much investment.
So lower barrier to entry.
Mhm.
And is there consolidation in the industry? I mean, does a big company buy out one of these smaller entrepreneurs? Is that a regular occurrence too?
We have not seen that yet. We've seen rebranding, but we have not seen we have not had 2 licensed sports books combined in our state yet.
I see no other folks with their hands up. So thank you for the information that you've provided. And while I'm sure there are those of us on the committee who were very supportive of this effort from the beginning, I was not one of them. I appreciate the funding. I do have concerns about how these dollars, where they're coming from, what they would have been spent on if people were not spending them on wagering. And, hopefully people are being responsible and not, spending money that should, and their families suffering as a result of it. And then we have the whole addiction issue. But we have it here now, and I'm grateful that you all and your team are doing such due diligence to make sure that it's fair, it's equitable, and that if we're going to have it, that it's done well, and that the state gets a fair share of the wagering monies that are being expended. So thank you for your work that you do.
Thank you very much.
Next up, we have the Tennessee Education Lottery Corporation. Last but not least. Ms. Paul, thank you for being here, and we know you're going to bring good news to wrap up our day. So we look forward to hearing that from you, and we'll just ask you to get on with it, and we'll have our questions, and everybody can go to the whatever reception is next on the agenda for tonight. So thank you.
Well, thank you, Madam Chairman and members of the committee. It's always fun to be the last presentation of the day. I know this is hard to believe, but this coming a week from Saturday, the lottery will have been selling tickets for 20 years. Our 20th anniversary is January 20th. So we're excited about all that. So I'm just going to do a real brief what's happened in those 20 years. We've done 29.3 billion in total sales. Instant ticket revenues have been nearly 80% of that, or 23.4 billion. And our drawing style games have been nearly 6 billion of that, or 20% of our gross revenues. To, I think, Representative Miller's question, there's been nearly 20 billion paid to winners of that 29.3 billion. The most important number, though, is since inception, we've raised 7.2 billion for the education programs that we fund. That's 699 billion for the scholarship and grant programs, and over 273 million for the after-school programs in Tennessee. Retailers have earned nearly $2 billion. We've had average growth over that 20 years of 5.2%. Since our first year, our instant ticket products have grown 5.9% annually. Education proceeds funding over that 20 years have grown approximately 4.5% annually. Last fiscal year, short and sweet, we did over $2 billion in sales and over $500 million in return to education. So it's been a great 20 years, and I'm happy that both Andy and I have been here the whole time. So with that, Andy, go quickly over next fiscal year, and then we'll take your questions.
Okay. Good afternoon. The information that I have up on the screen and provided to you in your book really just highlights what our fiscal year 2023 results were as an actual. And the last two columns talks about our current projections for fiscal year 2024. When you look at the chart, our gross revenues are projected in a range of $2,087 million to $2,117 million for fiscal year 2024. Our instant games are estimated at $1.7 billion to $1.734 billion, which, as Rebecca mentioned, is 82% of our gross revenues on an annualized basis. Draw style games, which we have 9 products in the market, is estimated at $378 to $388 million for fiscal year 2024. And our total lottery proceeds, which are our gross revenues less free tickets for our players, and additional income that we generate from other funding sources, low range of $1.95 billion to $1,978 million. The 3 major categories we have in terms of our direct expenses, which are prizes awarded as our largest line item. We budgeted at $1,260 million. Our instant game payout, which is our largest product for sale, has a payout of approximately 68.4% budgeted for the current fiscal year. And then our drawing style games payout is budgeted at 50.3% of total lottery proceeds. Our retail commissions as a percentage of gross revenues is at 6.5% in accordance with statute, which is budgeted at $136.2 million. And then our major gaming vendor fees, which is paid to IGT for our systems and terminals at our 5,000 retail locations throughout the state. And then Scientific Games, which is our instant game printing and distribution contractor, where right now we're projecting over 50 games to be produced and distributed throughout the state. Our non-direct expenses are budgeted at $37.1 million, or 1.8% of our gross revenues, with advertising being $8.1 million. Our non-direct gaming, which are all the other costs supporting our retailers out at retail with POS, new game support, is budgeted at $6 million. And then our general and administrative, which is all other costs of our doing business, is budgeted at 23 million. And in terms of our estimates for net lottery proceeds this fiscal year, we're budgeting a range of 480.4 to 488.5 million. Estimated of after-school program proceeds is budgeted at 18 million, which is capped by statute. Any excess of that is included in our net lottery proceeds for education. When we look at fiscal year 2025, we've estimated a conservative 2 to 2.5% growth rate for fiscal year 2025. And so that projections would give us between 489 to 499 million just in lottery education proceeds for fiscal year 2025. This is a summary of the budget document that was provided to you. And then the pie chart just highlights how we've distributed our budgeted 2024 total lottery revenues for fiscal year 2024. That's a summary of our programs, and we're willing to take questions.
Thank you for that. And again, when you look at the numbers of what the lottery has meant in Tennessee for education for so many Tennessee students who have been able to get higher education that would not have had that opportunity without the proceeds from the lottery. So it has been very positive for our state. Chairman Faison, I believe you're first on my list for questions.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Good afternoon. Nice to see you.
Nice to see you.
I do have a question. During the governor's budget hearings, it was brought up that the price of gas impacts ticket sales. When we hear that, it makes us wonder, because of the growing interest in electric cars, has the Tennessee Lottery put any thought to the fact that, hey, there's going to be fewer people as electric EVs grow in number, there'll be fewer people coming into a gas station because charging stations are all over, from restaurants to bookstores to stuff like that. Have y'all put any thought into it? And then I have one more question after that. Thank you.
Yes, we continue to look at, is there a way to do online sales that fits within our statutory framework? So we continue to look at it, see if it makes any sense for us. One of the biggest issues is you must use paper or coin currency. So until that particular part of the statute changes, it may be more difficult than we think.
Thank you, Chair Lady. Makes sense. I don't know the chances that would have right now, but makes sense what you're saying. The last question I have, and this is just coming from just a country boy standpoint. Could you not increase some of the winnings on scratch offs? All my people at home, they tell me everywhere I go, Jeremy, they quit paying. They don't pay out anything anymore. I'm tired of buying this stuff. They don't pay out anymore. I don't buy scratch offs. I can't speak to that, but my friends at home that do, they tell me y'all quit paying. Can you speak to that? And if that's true, maybe if you paid out a little bit more, they would buy a little bit more.
The payout on our instant ticket prizes over the 20 years has certainly grown. We started in the beginning at about a 55% payout, and now we're at about a 68% payout, but that's been very gradual over the 20 years. The last 3 or 4 years have been pretty consistent at the 67, 68% payout. It's something we continue to discuss yearly as we look at annually. One of the issues, and I don't know that we know that answer, but if sports books paying out 98% and we're paying out 67%, that may be an issue for us. So it's something we continue to look at. Our anniversary games went on sale January 2nd, and they have a slightly higher payout than the same product did last January. So it's pretty gradual because, that impacts the percentage return to education as well.
So we're saying that we should all go buy, what is the name of this ticket? Just kidding.
It's a Jumbo Bucks 20th Anniversary Edition.
While we're talking about potential challenges, I think we talk about this every year. If it was in here, I didn't see it this time, but usually the one of the highest, if not the highest, sales points for the lottery is along the Alabama line, like Ardmore.
Ardmore, Fayetteville, Ardmore, Lincoln.
Which is where I have a lot of relatives. I don't know if they're driving that or not. But my question is, Alabama continues to, every year there's legislation to add a lottery or some kind of gaming in the state. So what are we doing? How would that impact our numbers, number one? And then number two, what can we do to sort of mitigate that potential impact?
Well, they've tried to pass legislation every year since 1997 and have not been very successful at it. They did get it on the ballot once in 98, but it failed because it was the only thing on the ballot other than that as a special election was a Birmingham mayor's race. So I hope they continue to struggle as much as they have over the last 20 years. And it's what do we estimate, about 2%? More like 8%. Oh, 8%. Wow, it's growing. 8% would take a hit for us. So, but our games will be better and they'll still keep playing.
Well, we certainly appreciate all those people in Alabama helping to educate Tennessee children. So,
yes.
Next on the list, Chairman Zachary.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Good afternoon. Just a quick question regarding instant ticket sales and revenue growth. Looks over the last 2 years, it's been somewhat flat. How does that compare to other states? Just talked about Alabama. Do you know how that compares with the states around us?
Well, across the country, instant ticket sales have declined over the last couple of years where we've stayed flat. And it's commensurate with sports wagering. I mean, it's the same 2 years that sports wagering has taken $5 billion out of the economy each year. So sports wagering has been growing pretty dramatically across the country, which many folks feel is the reason instant ticket sales have declined across the country.
And just final question related to is this the first year that there's a $50 instant ticket offer? Is that correct?
It was launched last February.
And what have those sales looked like? And is that met expectations, below expectations? What are your thoughts?
It's way, way above expectation. It's been our #1 ticket seller since it was launched last February. And we'll be launching a new $50 game this February.
Very good.
So we'll have 2 on sale.
Thank you. Thank you, Madam
It's
Chair.
doing about
Thank you.
$4 million a week or so.
All right. Well, I don't have, I'm sorry. I am so sorry. Representative Miller.
See, I told you about the disadvantage, right? Thank you all for being here. I heard this rumor that you and your team were the best in the nation when it comes to lotteries. That's just a rumor. I think it's a fact, right? I think it's a good thing. 20 years, $29 billion. That's amazing. And I like to tell the story. 20 years ago, I think being a member of state government committee, we made the trip to Georgia, to Atlanta, where you were running that operation. And we were smart enough to snatch you away.
And I'm smart enough to bring Andy with me.
That's right. That's right. One thing Chair Lady Hazelwood talked about, mitigation of loss of Alabama, just in case they were to pass some legislation. I would suggest to you, Chair Lady, that years ago, and even today, south of Memphis, they got gaming and gambling. And they continue to be quite successful in pulling citizens from Tennessee, from Memphis, from Shelby County down there to do their gambling. So Well, done with that. This question I have, and it's, question just out there in general. We are part of a multi-state gaming group. Is that correct?
Correct.
How does that relationship work in the sense that, for an example, and I say this to you all the time, when you hear about the multi-state lottery, it's $1 billion, nobody's won today. Next day, here's the winning ticket. You may have one individual, $1 billion. It's like, can we do something, seriously, of changing that system of how it worked? I mean, would it be something that you would recommend to your multi-state participants and groups to say, how can we figure out how to spread the glory or whatever? Is that possible?
Anything's possible. Certainly, if you look at the research, players will say they'd rather have 500 people win $1 million than one person win $500 million. But when you have $1 million jackpot, you have $2 in sales. When you have a $500 million jackpot, you have $100 million in sales. So the ticket sales follow the big jackpots. We'll be introducing a new Mega Millions game in about a year. It takes about a year from the time the decisions have been made for it to actually go on sale. So we're looking at March of 2025 to launch a new Mega Millions game, which will do that, leaving Powerball the way it is. So you'll have your choice between the two products.
Okay, so the multi-state group organization will set up a policy to create this new $1 million game, multi-million-dollar game.
It won't be $1 million game, but there'll be more levels of winners. One of the things that you find out is players want bigger and bigger jackpots. So it will have a bigger top prize, but we'll have more middle prizes that will therefore spread the wealth some at the next tier.
The next year. Okay, thank you for that. Thank you all for all the success of the Tennessee Lottery. And going back to what Faison said, I think I've contributed over 20 years, a couple of thousand or whatever the case may be, and probably won 150, but I'm contributing to education. Each and every time it doesn't work for me, that's what I tell myself. Thank you.
I was going to answer what I thought you were asking. Andy and I will not go to Alabama.
Representative Shaw.
Thank you, Lady Chair. I'm going to use words from my chairman back here. I got these friends want to know this answer. Can legislators by statute win? Because I thought I heard somewhere, and I just thought I heard that, maybe, that if we played, we could not legally win by buying tickets or whatever. Can you help me?
Only if you were married to me. No member of any of our staff's immediate family or anyone living in the same household can win.
Okay.
So only if you married somebody who worked for the lottery could you not play or win.
Well, I see. Then my friends can win. Thank you.
All right, now I want everybody to stand back and give Representative Shaw a head start as he goes out to the closest convenience store to purchase his lottery tickets and make up for all the time that he's not played, thinking that he could not win. So again,
I can't wait for his press conference when he does win.
Ms. Paul, thank you both for being here, and I apologize that you were last on our list, but you have, as I said earlier, the lottery has been so successful for Tennessee. The dollars are great, but the real value has been in the educational prospects that it has provided for Tennessee children who, as I said earlier, would not have had perhaps an opportunity or would have they would have had to work and go to school and taken a lot longer to get through the process. So I think by any measure, we can consider the lottery a success, and that is directly attributable to the two of you. So thank you for your hard work and for hanging around for 20 years. We need 20 more to keep this continuing to deal with these potential mitigating circumstances that we are concerned about. But thank you so much for your time today.
Thank you all.
All right. That does complete our calendar. Do we have any other business? All right, we will be back here on Tuesday with additional opportunities. So expect to see you all. Look forward to that then. But for the moment, without objection, we are adjourned. Yeah.